believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. Best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to America's Third Party. I'm David Sponheim, and we are ready for Truth Tuesday. Indeed. This is a non-stop effort to get to the truth, and because we've been lied to as Americans by our own media, by the elite people that fund the media, we are now of the belief that we need a third party to rectify this nightmare. And I think there's never been a more important time for a third party than there is right now. And we need accountability from these two parties that have grown corrupt, stewing in their own corporate greed, festering like sores on the political landscape. They're no longer doing what they need to do. Whether Joe Biden was doing the right thing or not back in the day, Donald Trump has a pretty serious accusation of wrongdoing against Biden. It does turn out that Clinton established in 1998 a treaty with Ukraine to work toward anti-corruption, and Biden was following up on that. It's kind of ironic, though, that we're looking at this the way the Republicans have framed it, that Biden was just there to fix this problem that his son had with this prosecutor. That prosecutor was corrupt himself, and Biden was trying to stop that corruption, ironically. So it's not exactly the way the Republicans are saying Biden went after that guy. So I see Biden's point. I also see that Donald Trump did exactly what he's claiming Biden did, use quid pro quo practices with the Ukrainian leader, and then completely, offered $400 million in exchange for a favor. And he's on record talking about that. So that's very damning and does lead to impeachment for Donald Trump. Using foreign governments to benefit during the election is what he did with the Russians. And that's exactly what we didn't want him to do with Ukraine, or getting dirt on his opponent with Ukraine. So Trump doesn't understand the rules of the game and has engaged in some pretty outrageous things that will cost him his ability to actually be president, I'm pretty sure. The reason I believe that the Senate will move in the direction of impeachment, because they're beginning to realize they're dealing with an albatross that's causing them to basically prevent them from growing as a party. He's labeled the Republicans racist, and they don't want to be labeled racist. He's given them an unpredictable stance, which means he's all over the place whenever he tweets. And worst of all, now Donald Trump is throwing America under the bus, declaring that we could potentially have a Civil War II here in a tweet last weekend. A reckless tweet that's caused a lot of people to wonder what kind of a man we have as a president that would think that he's that important that we'd start a civil war over his corruption charges. That's hard to swallow. And most people are getting very angry that this man thinks that we're just a nation that would just fall apart without his leadership somehow. So that's really created a rift within the Republican Party, I think. And many people are going to begin to wonder if Lindsey Graham and Mitch McConnell are not whining and dining with the Russians as well. Their re-election campaigns were funded by Russian oligarchs. I mean, how weird is that? So people that want honesty back into the country and want to expurge this Russian influence are going to have to think about a third party. There's no other way. Because even the Democrats were courting Russian money as well. And we don't know how much of that was courted. Because that was shut down when the Mueller testimony went down. He wasn't allowed to talk about a Russian oligarch paying Democrats, which is strange. Why they would shut that down. So there's got to be a lot of things happening that we can't really figure out. Landmark case in the Amber Geiger case, the woman that walked into a guy's apartment one floor down from hers, or one floor away, and ended up killing the guy thinking he was breaking into her own apartment. She's convicted of murder for killing Botham Jean. Ex-cop who killed neighbor in his own home, she's found guilty of murder. So what she'll get, what kind of sentencing she'll get, remains to be seen. But we will be seeing some sense of justice to the family. Yeah, the family is very happy. They finally have some sense of justice to the loss of their loved one. Right. Opening page not found. Boy, that means everybody's hitting on that page, right? We found that's true with almost every one of these Dallas news stories. It must be everybody's hitting on it. Okay, we got another story here that's interesting. We got the full transcript of Mark Zuckerberg's leaked internal Facebook meetings. How cool is that? Yeah, I don't have time to read it right now. I'm sure it's got all kinds of weird accusations and statements. Yeah, he thinks that Facebook we shouldn't have any presumption of privacy. No, 18 million. He thinks that we shouldn't have any presumption of privacy when we go to Facebook. I'm giving you the link if you want to read it later. We are all of the belief that this Facebook is some sort of a profit-making mechanism for him, right? It may be publicly traded, but it's still a for-profit business. Yet he wants it to be a public business under the same rights that a public business has, that we don't presume any privacy. Yet he wants to censor us like a private institution would if they didn't want to have somebody walk in their door. It's strange how he wants it both ways. Well, you can't have it both ways. You can't handle the truth. Oh, sorry. Okay, let's move on because obviously that's too much to think about. How is everybody doing? Relaxed? Comfortable? Thanks, Daryl. I'm feeling great, yeah. Very fit. Fit as a fiddle. Just glad that we don't live in a world that's running out of food. I'm thankful for that. I'm a little concerned that we are very close to that nationwide, that our leader has turned his back on farmers and we're neglecting the soil. That's a true statement. I might as well tell it like it is right now and tell you the truth, right? No, not. I'm concerned about our soil. I am. I have a natural feeling about nature and soil and soil health, and it's one of the reasons why I keep pitching organic food and non-GMO food, because I really believe that you are what you eat. It's an old adage. In your case, it may be what you're smoking too. I'm using press-on veneers, yes. They fell out the other day. Somebody had their camera and they were watching me. I hope they got a good picture of it because none of the recorded broadcasts were released with them falling out. It's the only time they've fallen out. So wax on, wax off. So this family is just happy and super glad that they'll never get the loved one back. I mean, yeah, he's guilty of murder, this woman. Yeah, we should get a picture of Amber Geiger because we don't have that. Yeah, where is her picture? I mean, it's all about the family, justice for Botham Jean, but I do want to get a picture of Amber Geiger, don't you? I want a picture, Dave. Let's take a look at some of her more risque photographs. Has she done any photography since her? Yeah. Nice late looking police officer. Unfortunately, she'll be orange as the new black for the rest of her probably adult life. She's butch, is she? You know that for a fact? Wow. No, I was going to say totally your type. Yeah, this is a sad day, or when you look at the mistakes people make when they're strung out on whatever she's strung out on. Whatever she looks like, Howie, and I like your new name, Milrose. That's nice. No, my teeth have only fallen out to the point where they came to this point once before, where I actually dropped them out. And then the other day, it was just like a meltdown. I think it was the Chinese guy I was impersonating, who was Li Wangcheng, the oldest living human being, who's dead now. 256 years old he lived to be. And I almost thought it was the spirit of Li Wangcheng that actually came into my being and forced my mouth to kind of drop my teeth out. Yeah. It's not a tight fit. It's pretty bad. You see the bullet holes when we did the ballistic testing on the shirt? Yeah. Not bad. It took the initial hit and then bounced right off. Hum Sum Lo. No, he was a guy who studied. He claimed he studied under a man who lived to be 500 years old. So I'm always excited by these legends of people living a long life. With the right strategy, a third-party candidate with votes concentrated in a few states could be elected president. And Rand Paul is one possibility. Oh, that's so sad. Poor Rand. Yeah, his dad had an opportunity, Ron Paul had an opportunity to win a third-party race, but he gave it up. Americans elect. Now Rand can't get his perm to sit right. It's too bad. Plagued with bad hair. Okay. LOL Ricky. You want to be? No, you're now a new name. Every time you said that horrible thing, I'm shocked at what you wrote in chat. We have a picture of it. Now you have a new name. No, you've ruined yourself. Every time you make statements that are so sickening and disgusting that it's almost like you don't deserve to be here. You should be just watching porn or something. Go, Ricky, go. Yeah, this is not a porn site, okay? Yeah, as much as you'd like to think it was, and you're extremely attracted to me, I'm more business oriented. No, well, you know the rules. You were caught doing that when I was off the beaten pathway. So yeah, we're not here to support Rand Paul, so let's take that out of the loop. Thanks. The God word is not porn, no. I'm here working with people who are not controlled by the Russians. You. Welcome to the show. Welcome, Americans. I don't have any favorite porn, Rodney. What's your fetish, Rodney? What's your favorite fetish? What's your porn fetish? That should be like Reader's Digest topic of the day. G. Gordon Liddy has something for me. Better be good. So how are you going to get Donald Trump to separate from the G. Gordon Liddy? That's a bannable offense. I'm muting you if you post that horrible picture again. I can't unban you. I love fries. You know, if you violate the law, you have an unban policy. It can't help you. All right, I'll unban you. I'm making this one exception. Okay? There you go. Yeah, that's not your name, though. How come your name's missing here? Yeah, well, she said something heinous. The movie Green Book. Wow. I haven't read that. Okay, you're going to spell it out for me? Okay. All right. I'll just do that for you this one time, but don't ever publish your sick fantasies again in the show, okay? Yeah, this isn't some porno site. We have an adult audience, but we're not in any way trying to allow you to make statements like that here. It is a bannable offense. Okay, you know now. You have 18 million watching over an iBlog. And it says 18 because Mark obviously bought iBlog and owns it and converts all his sites to fractions of the number of viewers that were really seeing our show. The Green Mile was a good book and movie too. I thought that was one of Tom Hanks' best before people started calling him weirdo. We can call Tom Hanks weirdo, but he's playing Mr. Rogers, and Tom Hanks as Mr. Rogers is quite a stretch, considering Mr. Rogers was not a pedophile. You know? Why is 4chan reporting that I worked as an assassin under Nixon in July of '74? That's impossible. I would have been 14 years old. Well, let's be clear. You're referring to the other David John Sponheim, who died in 2003. He was one bad dude, for what I've read. Not that I'm not. But facial reconstructive surgery, and years later, how could I possibly be an assassin at the age of 14? I was one hell of a shot, though. But I would never hurt anybody. I've dedicated my life to peace, love, and understanding, with an emphasis on love. There he is. Won't you be my neighbor? Hey, neighbor. Hello, what would you like to see the show? I'm a wordsmith par excellence. I'm not what you call a stand-up comedian. I'm more of a sit-down humorist.
Of course.
I was a really good shot. My early years in training, I was impressed. But I didn't want to go the distance and get into professional riflery. I felt that making my talents seen publicly would have been a disservice to the gift that was given to me as a child, the gift of perfection. I made a hole-in-one at the age of 10, about 250 feet out in golf, and then I completely ended my golfing career at the age of 10. So everything I do, I kind of complete and then close the door on golfing. I won't be golfing as your president. Plus, I don't have hotels around the country where we have to get the Secret Service to make money. In fact, the Secret Service will be sitting on one nice nest egg, just in terms of income, because I won't rely on the Secret Service running all around the world like Trump is doing. Nobody in my life has ever died in my hands. No. This talk of me being in Vietnam, too, that's ridiculous. I was not stationed in Phuentang, outside of 60 clicks outside of Da Nang. I was never there. Your Honor, I was never there. I was never stationed in Phuentang, sir. Okay, so we're done with Mr. Rogers, Tom Hanks story. We found out from Trump's cronies in the United Nations that there is no climate emergency. This is kind of an amazing story. Yeah, nothing to worry about. There is no climate emergency. I'm sure you do. Thank you. Nice. Okay, well, we have nothing to worry about, folks. Not great. There is no climate emergency. Natural as well as anthropogenic factors cause warming, like volcanoes. It's no worse than your average mufflers on a smokestack. That's one of the reasons why they keep spraying us, because they know that they fully know that they can continue spraying us. It'll just be like a volcanic eruption. like this.
Could it be Satan?
It could be, and I think we need to be worried about that. Yes. A volcanic eruption could imply satanic influence. Evil spirits bubbling up under the ground.
Oughtn't to be afraid to speak up for classical music.
No, I saw Chuck Norris from a distance. I'd never gotten into hand-to-hand combat with Chuck Norris. I merely looked at him from a distance. He was out at the Del Amo shopping mall one day. He lived in the area. I think he must have lived in Torrance at one time. And I said, wow, that's Chuck Norris right in front of that place I bought that lamp. That was my only memory of Chuck Norris. Should I talk about John Holmes and when he looked at me when I was at the gas station out in front of Pussycat Theater? No, I better not bring that up. Yeah, I'm not gay, so, you know. I never met Bruce Lee, no. He is my obviously one of my icons. People don't realize this, but Bruce Lee was really smart. He read all the classics. And he applied his craft to every body part he had. Hey Larry, how are you? Welcome. Larry Sinclair, everybody, the guy behind the mask of what happened to him, basically. How he was violated by Barack Obama in a limousine. Yeah.
Where Senator Obama exited the limousine with $250, which was provided to him by me. Returned a short while later with an 8-ball of cocaine, which he gave to me. I did ingest a couple of lines of cocaine, and shortly thereafter, Senator Obama produced a glass cylinder pipe and packet of crack cocaine from his pocket. Obama then smoked the crack cocaine. I performed fellatio on Senator Obama in the limousine during the time Senator Obama was smoking crack cocaine, after which I had the driver take me to my hotel, the Comfort Suites, Gurnee, Illinois.
Thank you, Larry, and thank you for your brave, courageous activity. Appreciate it. I know, it's moving up to 22 million viewers on iBlog. Welcome, viewers. Yeah, so I don't think there's anything really to worry about the climate emergency. If you are still stuck in that modality of wondering what Greta's doing in your mind, she doesn't have the ability to rent space in your brain. Just give it up. Yeah. Hey, we do want to investigate Biden's dealings with the Chinese government and Whitey Bulger's nephew and John Kerry's stepson. So don't get me wrong, just because, hi Biden, just because Biden doesn't, appear to be guilty about forcing the issue about firing that prosecutor in Ukraine, it does appear he could be guilty of something else. So have hope. We're overturning every stone, and every Republican out there is trying to find more dirt on Biden to offset the accusations against the president. We're looking at a nepotism express full time. Some of you QAnoners are really trying to figure out what the heck the Democrats are up to. The faster you get that information out there, the more we can indict the Democrats and the Republicans in the coming impeachment trial. So keep up the good work, Devin Nunes, all of you guys, and all of you people on the left. Keep moving forward toward impeachment. We want a better country. The only way to get good, solid steel is to keep it hitting the fire with the blade. That's how we make our country better and get the Russians out of our country. Thank you. Hello, Sarah.
Hey, I wonder about the water. I was washing my hands and it seemed like there was air in the line or something.
Oh, there we go again.
There we go again.
Well, I'll get on it. I'll make a phone call.
Maybe not.
I'll check and see. It's one of those situations. They've got problems with the booster pump. I don't play golf anymore, Daryl. I had a hole-in-one at the age of 10, and that's when I decided my golfing career was over. I literally walked all around looking for the ball.
Oh.
And it was like, where was it? I was in a competition with my dad at camp, and I looked all around. I was like, looked in the hole. It was sitting right there.
Wow.
Yeah, it's like 250 feet out. I couldn't believe it. It's like a superhuman ability I had to. Remember when I nailed those free throws out at Ace Hardware?
Yeah, that was. I did witness that.
I
didn't witness
three
the whole
free
one,
throws.
but it was like, oh, you get one free throw from this line. Stand and try to shoot the ball. If you get one, you get a certain percentage off 2 certain percentage off, more percent,
Yeah.
3 in a row. You get 3 chances.
15% off I got on my
And it was
purchase.
like, Dave was like, whoosh. And it was nothing but
Yeah.
nothing but net. Second one, again.
Whoosh.
Again.
3 times.
3 times in a row.
And I hadn't played basketball in 20 years. And it was still right there. I still had that talent after 20 years. I had not touched a basketball in
Yeah.
20 years.
That
Isn't
was
that
pretty
amazing?
And then I was like, what is this? Like super easy. And I tried
There are a lot of guys that can
all
do
the
that.
rim.
Though. Excuse me, but
Why wouldn't he be?
why wouldn't that be Larry Sinclair?
He
Everyone.
couldn't possibly be a troll.
Yeah, I mean, why would that person troll us? Pretending to be Larry Sinclair.
Obviously, he believes he is. So, there you go, 193. Total superpower. Sarcasm much. Alright. Nice smile picture. Are we both smiling? I don't know if I like my smile. It's just because I smile taller on this side. Anyway. I actually like my teeth though. Most teeth are like bigger here. I don't know if I want too big teeth. What would it be like? Okay. Yes. Wormer Woman! Yeah, that's true. I used to think I was Wonder Woman, but I'm really Wormer Woman. I do like, yeah, Wonder Woman, I like her. Oh, the girls you know don't have any teeth. Then I'm glad I have some teeth. See, I just like, listen, it is the same. It's just, yeah, that's true. There you go, Sarah. Like that. No, anyway. A golden lasso. That's pretty funny. No cams? I don't know. Let me see if I can turn on cameras for you. Then settings. There it is. There you go. There's your cameras. If the David can claim that he has 22 million viewers on iVlog and his proof is a viewer count that is 1 million times less, why would you possibly doubt him? Gee, I don't know. Why would you possibly doubt him? Is that Wax Master Meatball 3? Or what are you cutting up? Oh, thank you. Oh, cabbage! Delicious! That's a beautiful cabbage. Did you grow that? That looks good. He's gonna type yes. He's making his own coleslaw. You had 3 close friends die this past Saturday? What in the world? What happened, Ricky? That's a very bad weekend. Hands. I don't like feet. I have okay feet, but I'm not a big foot fan. Two were from heart issues and one was from old age. Wow. That is a bad foot picture. If you show that picture of the thing. Oh, okay, good. Thank you. That's better than the foot picture one. All right, I'm going to add. Well, you know I don't like that one picture of my feet. It's just weird. Okay, so Master Meatball is busy cutting up his cabbage. He's slicing and dicing. Oh, you don't have this Rocket Chef that I got. It slices, it dices, it makes mounds and mounds of coleslaw. Yeah. He's keeping it pretty far away from the keyboard. He's got his cabbage going on. Ricky Lake and Ricky Late kissing in a tree. I missed my calling to do voiceover for mounds and mounds of coleslaw. I think David does better voices with that, but I'm here. All right, another enjoyable show that stimulates, educates, and infuriates. I like that. Thank you, Josie Girl M. And Elio Troll Parks has joined the room. Oh yeah, that's a good idea. Ricky says Master Meatball and David should team up. One should be a prep cook and the other the chef. Which is which? Alright. Gizmodo article. Let's see what this is. There we go. What would it be like to live in an era of geoengineering? Is a boogeyman of climate policy, a world that calls to mind skies bleached sulfur white, desiccated crop fields, dead zones expanding across oceans. Humanity has a garbage track record when it comes to manipulating the environment, so it's not as if these fears are unfounded, but the reality is a little more complicated. I'll just put it behind me. David always says I should show what I'm reading, so. The conversation surrounding geoengineering can be divided into two broad categories: carbon capture and storage, which sucks carbon out of the air and stores it as liquid or rock, and solar radiation management. Oh, you remodeled your bathroom. Okay, sorry. I'll come back to this. Was that for your feet? You remodeled your bathroom. I haven't seen anything like that. Okay. I think I'll go back to the earther now. In which reflective particles known as aerosols are injected into the sky to reflect sunlight. Both of these are extremely nascent technologies. Solar radiation management is by far the riskier proposition. We don't know for sure how injecting aerosols into the atmosphere would affect different parts of the globe. And if we began, it would be very difficult to stop. Studies have shown that a halt in aerosol release could cause temperatures to rise too quickly for plants and animals to adjust, which would in turn cause a massive die-off and inflict more damage than the baseline climate change SRM is meant to counteract. I agree with that statement. CCS, carbon capture and storage, is at least upon first glance more straightforward. Large machines would suck carbon out of the atmosphere and safely store it away. The long-standing opposition to this mitigation method from the environmental left isn't based in fear of the technology, but rather distaste for the people advancing it. Carbon capture and storage research has long been a pet project of the fossil fuel industry, a last-ditch effort to buy themselves some time and maximize their profits. Another argument against it is that it doesn't really exist on a meaningful scale at this point. The International Energy Association recommends that 3,500 carbon capture and storage plants be operating by 2050 in order for the world to stay within 2 degrees Celsius of warming, 3.6 degrees Fahrenheit. But at the moment, only 22 facilities are expected to be operational by 2020. Urinals are banned in Portland, in a Portland building. Portland bans urinals, respect shared values, charge taxpayers $200 million plus mind-bending history and gender roles. Wow. Wow. Geoengineering has begun to move further into mainstream, though. Andrew Yang has made carbon capture a central component of his climate plan, and Harvard recently began an experiment that will test the way aerosols interact with the upper atmosphere and what could be the first geoengineering test outdoors. I really hate that. Albeit, it will be on an incredibly small scale. Holly Jean Buck, a postdoctoral fellow at UCLA who studies emerging environmental technology, believes that geoengineering strategies are being too quickly dismissed by environmental activists. Although Buck focuses primarily on CCS, the carbon capture and storage, she believes that solar geoengineering deserves more publicly funded research as a fail-safe measure too. I disagree with you, Holly Buck. I'm going to buck against you. You're jealous over how white I keep my teeth no matter what you use. You even refrain from caffeinated coffee and your favorite dark chocolate treats, and it still turns yellow. How do I keep my teeth so white? Well, you want to know what I really do? Let me see how long this article is. Oh. Buck and I'm not going to read the rest of her thing. I don't want to read it. She's promoting that solar engineering one. I'm just bucking against it. Already. Oops, sorry. I wanted to leave that one. Did I get rid of something? What did I get rid of? There we go. Okay. You think my teeth are white? I go in and for a cleaning every 3 months. Or scraping, as David calls them. And it's a little spendy, but that's what I do. And fortunately, I have good dental insurance, so I pay like $40 every 3 months, and I get them cleaned. And that's one way that I keep my teeth white. That's probably the main way. And I don't drink any coffee. I sometimes drink some cocoa, but it's usually with a lot of milk. And then I do brush my teeth. I also brush my teeth daily. I also have this amazing thing my periodontist gave me. It's called a rubber tip. And I take it and I clean my teeth. This one needs it. Anyway, I clean in between my gums and my teeth. And that's really good. What is that? You're cutting up carrots now? Are you making a big, massive coleslaw? That looks what it is. Yeah, I like the rubber tip. It's one of my favorite tools. And I've tried to floss. I needed to get some more floss when I saw my periodontist yesterday, and I forgot to ask for it. But I just should go buy it. I need to go buy some more floss. I tried to floss daily, but I ran out, so I really like flossing. I used to have really bad teeth, and my periodontist thinks that, like, these teeth, he doesn't like how they squared off, and he's like, well, I can make them look bigger, like cutting back your tooth right here and then pulling them forward. And anyway, maybe I am misanthropy. 4 times a year. Is it really 4 times a year? Yeah, it is, I guess. No, yes, you're right. 4 times a year. Wow. Maybe I am. Well, I was talking to David yesterday about should I get braces, and he thinks that it would be just too painful and too expensive. So I used to have really bad teeth growing up, and now I take much better care of my teeth now, but I ground down these teeth because I just like nervous energy. But you would look cute with braces. I don't know if I would look cute with braces, and they are painful. Like, this woman was like, she had canker. She'd get like sores from the metal wearing into your jaw, or not your jaw, but your cheek. And it is expensive, that's true. But they could totally, like, change my smile. You have a crossbite on your left side. Okay. You had a lady call you, wait, what? Oh, the hospital paid for her cab ride, and you had to go a certain way. And she's like, but I want to stop by and see my Bobby Joe, or something like that. He's got his peeler. He's peeling his carrots. Were you doing some kind of hospital dumping or something, patient dumping? I don't know. Bobby Joe's just the name I created, misanthropy. Well, Master Meatball is shaving his carrots. That is really sad. True. Totally D. Invisaligns are expensive. That's what I've heard. But when you wear them, they seem to make your teeth whiter. Yeah, I've heard they're expensive. I don't know if I want to do that route either. David just says, forget it. We're all going to lose our teeth eventually. I think that's what he says. Or he says, I like your smile the way it is. Which, I guess my smile's okay. I feel like my smile's crooked, but that's alright. I do save most of my money. I was going to spend it on braces, but well, I don't know. I don't think that people need to spend a ton of money. I don't need to. Alright, I'll go with that, True Blue. Does David exaggerate any? Some, but I don't think he was not being truthful with me. Just the audio tiddly-dee? Yeah, I think maybe that is what David thinks, that it would be weird to have braces at my age. And then I'd have to have them for like 2 years. Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah. Well, to me, it's a victim mentality, regardless of the color of skin, is annoying. Ah, I don't want to. You're persecuting me. Like, no, I'm not. Okay, your carrots will go into your famous coleslaw plus. You add beans, corn to coleslaw. Wow. Sliced olives and banana peppers. But some will go to salads. Daryl, you're going all meat plant-based? Are you eating that like Beyond Meat stuff? So I didn't take a picture of it, but I harvested one of my pumpkins today. It's so big. It's like it's this. It's big. It's a big pumpkin. It's a big pumpkin. It's a nice big pumpkin. Yeah, the ride was free for her and she still complained. Yeah, that's what David said. And ironically, that's what my periodontist said too. So you got implants and crowns, and now you feel weird with your smile. You don't like your smile as much. That's pretty interesting. Yeah, it's a pretty cool pumpkin. Maybe I'll bring it home and then take it back to school. Maybe you're right, Tiddly D. You think things should not be free because then people feel entitled. Yeah, it's cool. Anyway. Yeah, my pumpkin is yeah, it's really cool. You never carved a pumpkin? The last time I carved a pumpkin with David, I got a cut on my finger. See that little tiny cut? Anyway, one of us dropped the knife, and I went down to pick it up. I think David dropped it. But anyway, it landed on my finger as it was falling. I think so too, Miss Anthropy. I agree with you. And then one time I was washing a cup, and you can't really see that one, but I got a little, it's right, I think right there, a little slice on my, yeah, right there, a little slice on my hand. I was trying to rinse out a cup like that, and it broke, and it sliced my hand. Well, that's good. No. I mean, I think I just dropped the knife and then I went to pick it up and it sliced. Anyway, so I decided not to cut any more pumpkins. I went walking barefoot outside when I was a little girl, and I got a scar on my foot from a piece of glass. Anyway, enough about all my scars. I don't have any other scars besides those. Orangirazu. How to make orangirazu sushi sandwich 2 ways. is for onigirizu. You like to save water? That's how I do it too, Daryl. Well, sometimes I just want hot water. Ooh, that's a good idea. A pre-made jack-o'-lantern. Let me look at that. I'm thinking they grew it a certain way. Yeah, a pre-made jack-o'-lantern. Somehow you can grow the pumpkins into certain shapes. That is very cool. Because they can grow. They're not carved, they grow that way. They grow in the pumpkins in a special mold that forced them into the shape as they grew. Similar to the technique he used to create cuboid watermelons and whatnot. Just at a whole nother level of detail. That is so cool. Oh, you guys can't see that. Well, maybe you can. Let me pull it over so you can actually see it. There it is. The Franken pumpkins. That's very cool. You went barefoot and your two street glasses dirty. You must admit a gross habit. You got repeatedly scolded for picking out the street. Use gum and chew. Oh! I'm sorry, True Blue. I hate bubble gum. I hate gum, but I think the reason I did oh, that's so funny. Here's a meme. People in the people in the 60s. I better not say that, or the government will wiretap my house. People today. Hey, wiretap, can you give me a recipe for... Do you have a recipe for pancakes? I did not know Haiti was on the brink of a revolution to overthrow the US-backed regime either. They destroyed police headquarters, attacked residence of government officials, burned jail and courts to the ground in different parts of Haiti on Friday. They should not make cats live in a box so they're box shaped. I know. It was waffles. Google. Hey Google, give me a recipe for waffles. True. I eat bugs. No, I don't eat bugs. Sometimes, actually, I have eaten bugs. Crickets. I don't think I actually could bring myself to eat the larva, but thank you. Ah, man. Okay, here I go. Good cooks make noise. Maybe that's it. Wait, was that cheese? Maybe that was cheese. I don't know what that was. First it was... He was doing carrots. I thought that was all carrots. Well, what, you just go and buy grated cheese, Bangolitis? It's better if you grate it yourself. Oh, she is shaking off the whatever he grated from the keyboard. Oh, what I don't like gum because I had this bad ear infection when I was in 3rd grade, and I did like gum at the time. And the doctor said, first he's like, oh, it looks like you might have an ear infection. He goes like this, does this hurt? Does this hurt? And I was like, oh, yes. I was so mad. Anyway, only the freshest veggies have bugs. Well, and then the ones rotting in the ground have bugs too. Yeah, it was horrible. And then he was like, so you can have medicine. You're going to have to take it like 4 times a day, every 8 hours, what, or every 6 hours. What kind of flavor would you like? I was like, well, what kind of flavor? That still hurts when I just did that. And I was like, well, what kind of flavors do you have? Well, we have bubble gum. Yeah, bubble gum sounds good. I like bubble gum. And then I had to have this bubble gum medicine. And I couldn't chew bubble gum. And then my mom was like chewing bubble gum, and people that smack bubble gum, I hate that sound. And then it's like I must have stepped on some bubble gum when that was happening, and I got like bubble gum all over my shoe. It's so disgusting. And then later I went to like middle school, and like people take their bubble gum and like put it under their chair, and I'm like just sitting there putting my hands down, like feeling the underside of my chair, and I was like, oh my god, like that's so gross. Anyway, that's why I hate. What is with that, True Blue? That is disgusting. Anyway, I do not have bubble gum. Do not allow it in my classroom. I hate bubble gum. Yeah, gum would pull out a filling in teeth. It's just so gross. Anyway, I definitely had a bad ear infection. Onions are already chopped, so he had chopped onions, cabbage, and carrots for his onigiri sushi sandwich. Yes, gum is made with rubber and flavoring. It's just gross. It's gross. It's disgusting. It's gross. Anyway, can you tell I do not like bubblegum? Okay, you're going to try to cure your own allergies? Well, you've gone through the whole 30 thing? How are you going to cure your own allergies? Are you going to slowly expose yourself to certain things? Mind over matter. You have a cunning plan. Oh, man. You're going to make a Greek yogurt coleslaw dressing nice. Well, sugarless gum is just... it's rubber and flavoring. And all that flavoring is just made out of weird chemicals. Why would you put that near yourself?
I made a surf and turf with a little fish burger and some steak.
Okay.
To help yourself to that, and wontons and peas and carrots. Cooked carrots with peas and wontons.
Thank you.
And there's a potato there if you want to do that.
I like Star Trek and Princess Leia. David, Haiti is there's a revolution started in Haiti. I also have the thing pulled up for him. Revolutionaries destroyed police headquarters, attacked residents of government officials, and burned a jail and courts to the ground in different parts of Haiti on Friday. Insurgents are fighting to overthrow the corrupt right-wing regime of Jovenel Moise, who's backed by the U.S. 4 people died in clashes in recent days, with many reports of injuries. In June, judges of Haiti's High Court of Auditors said in a report that Moise was at the center of an embezzlement scheme that had siphoned off Venezuelan aid money intended for road repairs, laying out a litany of examples of corruption and mismanagement. The aid money came through Venezuela's Petrocaribe program, which had allowed Haiti to buy petroleum products at discount and on credit. However, the program has now been suspended for more than a year because of the interests of U.S. imperialism, which backs the Haiti regime and has supported coup attempts to install a right-wing regime in Venezuela. The suspension has meant that Haiti's long-suffering people have been faced with an extra burden. An ever-worsening fuel shortage has resulted in closed service stations, rising prices, and long lines to buy petrol. In the wealthy suburb Pétionville, entire blocks were set ablaze. Protesters successfully drove the police out of Cité Soleil, Port-au-Prince's poorest neighborhood. Revolutionaries completely destroyed UDMO police headquarters. Heavily armed units of police abandoned it after hours of attack by residents with Molotov cocktails and showers of rocks. The UDMO, Departmental Unit for the Maintenance of Order, who have murdered many Haitian people to protect the corrupt Moise government in power, have been trained by the U.S. state in Austin, Texas, where an executive leadership training course was set up for Haitian security forces. Wow. Yeah, that's a good question. I don't hope those things for Snowden or Assange. I hope they're pardoned. In Gonaives, a city in northern Haiti, government officials were burned. In Port-au-Prince, all government offices were closed as protesters sang and danced in the streets for the fall of the U.S. Trump-backed government of Moise. Revolutionaries have blocked roadways with barricades, using anything at their disposal, from debris to burning tires, since early on Friday. The Central Court and jail have been burned to the ground in Jacmel, southern Haiti, after prisoners arrested in the last round of protests were liberated. Police reportedly were met with armed resistance in the streets of Port-au-Prince, Haiti's capital. Armed individuals also reportedly attacked residences of government officials, including the head of the courts responsible for clearing Jovenel Moise of Petrocaribe corruption charges. That was Pierre Volmer Demessou. The courthouse in the community of Petit Goave, southwest of Port-au-Prince, has also been set ablaze, according to people on the ground. 2 Sogo Bank branches in Haiti were attacked by insurgents on Friday. They are no longer simply demanding the resignation of the fraudulently installed puppet president, but the end of the looting by oligarch families like the owners of this bank, who steal 90% of the wealth. As Haiti comes to the brink of revolution, overthrowing the regime of Moise, insurgents are also attacking the systems of capitalism and imperialism that have enforced the poverty and despair of the Haitian people. Wow. Oh, bird sugar. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. Misanthropy. World Star Hip Hop video. Oh. You chew gum, but it's dentist approved xylitol, 6 grams of xylitol birch gum. Oh, is that where xylitol comes from? It reduces the susceptibility of tooth decay. I was wondering about xylitol. I had heard it was a good thing for a sugar replacement, but I didn't know quite where. I didn't know where it came from. Xylitol is a naturally occurring alcohol found in most plant material, including many fruits and vegetables. It's extracted from birchwood to make medicine. Wow. It's widely used as a sugar substitute and in sugar-free chewing gums, mints, and other candies. However, sorbitol is the most commonly used sweetener in sugarless gum because it's less expensive than xylitol and easier to make into commercial products.
Great. Water's okay.
Xylitol.
It's a type of sugar replacement.
It's made from birch.
Birch. Oh, good. Birch.
Yeah, and it's can be used as a medicine too.
Wonderful.
It's extracted from birchwood to make medicine, and it's used as a sugar substitute.
Good to know. I mean, we have those candy bars
Xylitol.
from our Y3K supply that's still in the cupboard for getting ready for Y3000. They are xylitol. They have the ones that we have in there.
Yeah, the big.
Yeah,
I
it holds
should
pretty well.
probably open
It's a
those.
preservative. It tastes like chocolate. What is it,
Yeah.
like 7 years, 8
They're
years
pretty
old?
old.
Yeah. I just tried. I looked at those. And you should probably eat them. Okay, you got a Greek yogurt coleslaw recipe. Great.
Yeah, he just cut up a whole bunch of he cut up a whole bunch of cabbage on camera and then shredded his carrots, and
Oh, you just showed everybody this?
he was doing it on the cameras.
Oh, he was doing a little cooking on the show?
Yeah.
Hog Slammer? Or Master Meatball?
Master Meatball.
Oh, I didn't know that. Cool. So, we'll get some break. Get some rest. You were here like 40 minutes. You can take the night off if you want.
Okay, whatever.
There's
do
something
have
in the
quite a
sink
few
there that
things.
can be handed to somebody. If you want to
Okay, got it.
go with that.
All right. That's
All
from
right.
8 o'clock, 8:30.
Yeah, that's like an hour away. Anyway, if you want to come back, you can. You don't have to. Thanks, Sarah. You're awesome. I know a lot of people came in here just to be with Sarah. I understand. That's your choice and your decision. Every number. Oh, wow. Thanks for telling me about your personal hygiene. Yeah, it's really something that I thought about, on a daily basis. World's richest man cuts health benefits for 1,900 Whole Foods workers. Jeff Bezos trying to, make up some of the money he lost in the divorce. Yeah, greed is a terrible thing. It just takes over a person's life. And now he's trying to cut health benefits to 1,900 Whole Foods workers. He found out Walmart does it. Why can't he? Yeah, here's a guy who won't admit to, again, another one. He won't admit to any mistakes he's made. A man who lost his picture of his body part somewhere online and is now paying probably a lot of money to keep that picture of his penis from being seen. You can only imagine how he's picking up that money. Well, you're looking at it. It's not cheap to bribe people to keep your penis picture from being seen. That's got to be expensive. Yeah, that's what I heard, that the Saudi Arabians had access to his brother-in-law's computer when they were traveling or something, and then he lost his selfie of his. Yeah, you heard about that? His penis picture. Apparently, that's not a big issue to talk about either. Well, Whole Foods the problem with that is that they don't commit to non-GMO food. they're allowing genetically modified food throughout the Whole Foods network. And you'll notice that all the food networks never mention organic or non-GMO. I'm like the only person out there, so I'm beginning to wonder if I shouldn't just focus on organics and non-GMO. I made an organic mac attack last week. It was okay. I mean, it filled a void I had, come up with. We're getting requests for people cooking with non-genetically modified corn this week, so we'll be doing some non-GMO corn that you could buy at the store, and also some refried beans that I have to eat up from the Y2K days. No, I'm just kidding. They're like 5 years old, these cans. Video, riot cop shoots Hong Kong protester in chest with live round. Oh, wow, here we go. And now they're ramping up with violence in and around Hong Kong. The Chinese are getting more desperate. They want to impose their will even bigger. Wow. Shocking video shows a riot cop in Hong Kong shooting a protester in the chest with a live round at point blank range. Wow. Well, this is designed to make you fear. So I'm not Alex Jones. Be prepared to watch something violent. Wow, that looked pretty real, but I didn't see any blood. You notice that? The .com era is the Y2K era. The same era. It's Y2K era and the .com burst. It happened right around Y2K. That's when the .com burst. Boom and burst happened. And then Google came along with all that money they got from DARPA. And that's the truth. Google has been funded by our defense agencies, Department of Defense. That's why Eric Schmidt, former CEO of Google, is now working for the Department of Defense full time. And Trump, I believe, hired him. So don't think for a second Trump is stopping Eric Schmidt. And he's doing all kinds of weird New World Order stuff, Eric Schmidt is. He's got facial recognition software he's working with China on. They implemented the program that they use virtually to decide who's a criminal and who's not, the social credit system. Oh, Misanthropy has a story about, Natural News has a story about Fukushima being spilled into the ocean again. Every few years these things fill up, and the water runoff from Mount Fukushima is still strong. They never followed up on my idea to divert the actual water stream around Fukushima away from the tanks. But here you go again. Storage tanks are full. Radioactive waste to be dumped straight into the ocean. Yeah. Japan's Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power plant was commissioned back in 1971 and was one of the world's largest power stations until double natural disasters in March of 2011 caused the second worst nuclear accident in history. They even test the water on the Pacific Ocean, the coastline. Our country's doing no checks to see how it's affecting everybody. It's crazy. It reminds me of the three monkeys. One monkey see, monkey do, and monkey don't hear. The three monkeys that have their hands over their eyes, their ears, and their mouth. That's the Fukushima crisis. And I'm not referring to Japanese people or any specific ethnic culture. It's like the whole idea of not speaking or listening or hearing any new solutions. It's crazy. It's like we've reached a standpoint, a stall in our ability to think. What triggered the Fukushima nuclear disaster? Well, that's a debate. The truth is, any number of things could have triggered it aside from the tsunami. What triggered the tsunami? That's the question. Was there some weather modification tool used? Just days before the Fukushima disaster, we saw a Fukushima news story. Let's see, Fukushima weather modification cause Fukushima? Okay, let's see if that'll pull up. How rain is formed. It's basically about weather modification. No one's connected the dots. I was wondering if anyone had seen, Benjamin Fulford, that rich guy from Japan who was a former Forbes analyst at one time.
Last year, I confronted Heizo Takenaka, the former Japanese finance minister, over why he handed over control of the Japanese financial system to a group of American and European oligarchs. He and his envoy told me that it was because Japan had been threatened by an earthquake machine. I did not believe it at the time. However, when I started exposing some of their doings, I was told by the Japanese security police that because of what I had said on places like Rents.com, that Niigata City was going to be hit by an earthquake.
Wow, that's on the other side of where Fukushima was hit. That is Benjamin Fulford, one of the most renowned conspiracy theorists out there, who is working in Japan and has a daily show. Yeah, amazing. Good to know. I'll play that later tonight too. But yeah, some people believe HAARP may have been used to create the earthquake that created the tsunami that caused the Japanese thing to happen. Hey, Hell All Day, welcome. You've got strange patterns of weather above your house. Amazing. I saw the close-ups of that sun that was exposed and all the different cloud patterns that were making strange movement along a circle, a halo around the sun. That was pretty amazing. You found 2 more snakes on the sun? Really? Okay. The man's brain is so huge you could fit a hand in half of his forehand. You know, he's a guy who's actually broken away from the mainstream. His father was very wealthy. He's very wealthy. But he went ahead and confronted what he thought was pretty much weird. And he's putting his life on the risk. Basically, his life is at risk, I think, just traveling overseas with diplomatic passes and whatnot. But he's living over there, I believe. Yeah, so you want to be perfect at work, and when you don't, you get stressed. Yeah, I believe it. And nobody's perfect. That's the thing, Odin the Cat. Always keep saying nobody's perfect. Don't measure yourself up against something that's not possible. Through-wall personal identification from candidate video footage using Wi-Fi. So they're able to use Wi-Fi to look through your house now. This is the truth. We're just telling the truth tonight. Hey, Wi-Fi. So they're able to broadcast right into your house. We're creating a new playlist tonight. New 1910 for the 2019 year and the 10th month. Create. All right.
The house and the same person as in the robbery video? In this paper, we show for the first time that this is indeed possible. More specifically, we propose cross-modal ID.
Wow, cross-modal ID. We'll have more of this. Yeah, they're using Wi-Fi signals to triangulate your location in your house. Isn't that special? As if Alexa wasn't enough. Hello, David. Is it time for you to go to the bathroom? No, I'm not ready to take a bowel movement. Bowel movement? That is called defecation. I don't need to know that, Alexa. Uh-huh. What can I do for you? I mean, come on. Where are we going? Anyway, back with you. Let's talk about, you're starting to like World War III more. Yeah, I don't blame you. Yeah, it has a certain appeal, the idea of not having any food and starving to death and living on, grit in your fingernails and wondering if the next bomb's going to hit. Yeah, you'd so much prefer that than this life of boredom and complacency and apathy. Your simple fact that you live in a cush environment with electricity and water, and you complain. How dare you? How dare you? Dave, my home healthcare worker, saw a UFO triangular lit display craft over his house for like 5 minutes. He called police. The thing swished away. Wow, true blue. Thanks for telling me. We got an eyewitness here of a triangular lit display craft, which the government may very well be in charge of. Hey, I'm not going to talk about fist to fist, okay? Donald Trump is powered up by a lot of fish burgers. He's very capable of defending himself in a native environment of fish. Yeah. Me, I'm a meat eater, you know? I like a good piece of prime rib. You know, I don't hate the meat industry, and I'm not like one of those vegans that goes, oh my gosh, we're running the planet, oh golly. You know, we have a moderate approach toward everything. We're going to have to make sure that our meat production is better. That's why I'm supporting an RFID chipping of the processed meat that we get, right down to the ear of the cow. Yeah, I don't mean putting RFIDs in your meat and having you eat it. But I think tracking the animal and how many hormones it takes will help to make the meat industry more competitive with other countries. Yeah, if you're getting buffering, check out coolrock.com or check me out over at my flagship Periscope show, which I post at Third Party every day on Twitter. Check it out. Well, let's be clear. Hell All Day is in the show. Oh, I didn't even see you over there. It's hell all day for her. And she was experiencing some pretty intense oral, like, I guess, out of this world halo over her house. Check this out. And she's a fairly religious person, so I don't think she minds telling you that she believes that Jesus is shining over her.
Look up! Look up! Look up, boys! It's Jesus giving us a rainbow! Praise Jesus! Praise God! Oh my God, it's so beautiful! I can't even see it! Hallelujah!
Anyway, yeah, it was beautiful. And then toward the end of the video, she saw some weird things up around her finger that looked like snakes, she said.
Thank you, God. Oh, poor baby. Okay, I gotta put the phone down.
Yeah, I can't really make out the snakes as much. It is a natural phenomenon, that's right. And it only happened with the other time there was a halo around the sun was when the Lady of Fatima and the appearance of the Queen Mary. Yes. So that's a pretty amazing event. What if I told you it was really radiation pooling from the Fukushima disaster that's accumulated around the sun? No, that wouldn't cut it. There's no scientific explanation really for the halo effect around the sun, is there? I don't know. So the snake came over the top of the sun. Wow. We'll have to take a look at that again later. Yeah, so strange things are happening at Epstein Island. The government has not done any investigation into any of the grounds. No x-rays were put in to see how many tunnels he had. It's the gross lack of interest that the government has in this case that's so shocking. It could be water content in the air, sure. But as you see here, this was taken 20 days after Epstein allegedly died at the Metropolitan Correctional Center. And you can see in the picture that he clearly is looking good. He's looking good. And Jeffrey Epstein, in his typical light blue shirt with his arms folded, was out and about checking on damage from Dorian. Pretty strange that this guy is able to live free and get away with it, and the government protects him. So I'd be, if I were president, I would be putting cadaver dogs on the island to see if there's any smell of a dead body. I would do that immediately. That would be a first order of business. Then I'd bring in a crew of excavators with jackhammers and try to find all the recent concrete work that he had ordered 2 months ago, which no one seems to be interested in. Our government's not looking at anything. You have more pictures up close? Let's take a look at Oma. She's got her line on here. So you got, what is that a picture of, Oma?
He's right. That was what was going off in his engine.
That's the thing that came off the sun?
He's got all the secrets with the observers.
Okay.
Demonstrated with brilliance.
Yeah, I think that she's got some pretty amazing pictures there that she's had in her. Yeah, weird stuff. It's like, okay, now, do you believe this is Jesus descending from the heavens? Is that your take? What does that look like to you?
The snake.
That's the snake. Okay. That's the picture of the snake close up. All right. That's amazing. That's weird, isn't it? It was a refraction in the light on her cell phone when she took a picture of the sun. Isn't it amazing? Wow. Okay, anomalies. So yeah, not a lot of activity by the government involving Epstein as a follow-up. So it's more than likely the Epstein case is a massive cover-up. No different than JFK, no different than 9/11. Yeah, the truth is, folks, we have a lot of these things that qualify now as massive cover-ups. I know that sounds kind of sucks, doesn't it? Yeah, I know. We're here to commiserate and share. That's right. America's a third party. It looks like a gold from Stargate. Ooh, interesting. Guess 839 believes it's like a gold from Stargate. Hey, Dave, long-time viewer, first-time chatter. Please save us from Trump, sir, Captain Craptastic. I would love to. You help me get noticed in America, and we'll make the difference. Trump has pushed us into a very dark place. He's not a rational person, and I agree. Our country is, we the people have had enough. Yeah, that's why we gather here at the Internet River every night, bringing in the sheaves. I wish it was easier. I wish our country had a system in place where people could give a clear sign that they voted for the Democrats to win the 2018 election because they wanted an impeachment. And it took 2.5 years for the Democrats to realize that we want impeachment. It's like, okay, this is why I kept screaming pretty much last week about Nancy Pelosi acting like an imbecile, basically, head bobbing around, because she was not fully aware of the importance of this impeachment process up until last week. So thankfully they got the message. Better late than never. That comes to mind. It's like, okay. So if you want to check out our show any night, we are available. You simply go to Cool Rock and click on Cool Rock, and you find out, the access point is both chat rooms are up and running at 5 o'clock Pacific time. That's right. And we have all kinds of fun stuff to look at on the site. Play music, experiment, doodle, a drawing board down below. It's just amazing stuff.
In a world where bass rules the planet and its inhabitants worship sound, two superpowers collide. We bring you a nightly soundscape of incredible music. Join us at coolrock.com and watch virtual chat, great music, and interactive news links.
So you can see me clicking in the room here, and it just gives me the ability to put my chat right in front of me. I like that. And I'm monitoring chat right now. It's very simple. You can see my screen grab. And when I want to, if I was just on my own, I'd go to check out other things here. I'd check out the drum machine, or play interactive with a computer. Wow, it liked that. The more harmonies you make, the more it plays back. I found that if you can make it, if you can link a harmony together and it makes sense musically, the computer will actually respond triple the length. I've learned that over the few years that I've been playing it. And this is the calming harp. Powerful. And then, of course, you got Doodle Land everywhere. I mean, you can just play with all these croutons. They give you amazing access to a number of things. And this is all fun and free. And if you want to explore America, this is a really good resource to find out the history of all the states, if you're interested in ever visiting. And then All Sides gives you news from all sides. Judge rules that Harvard's race-conscious admissions process is constitutional. Wow. So it kind of supports affirmative action. Yeah, they're winning the bid to keep race as a factor in the admissions process. And we know that many people have been admitted to Harvard, like Barack Obama, allegedly, because he was black. And they're allowed to do that according to the Constitution and this decision by this judge. Yeah, that's not to say it can't be overturned by the Supreme Court someday, which it could be. But it's an interesting positive direction for more affirmative action. And then it's funny how they put Geiger found guilty of murder. It looks like, for some people reading the story, it looks like he's Geiger. That's Amber Geiger, right? But it's actually Botham Jean, the guy she murdered, the white female officer murdered. So anyway, I guess it's best to profile the decedent because he did suffer the greatest loss of all in the family as well. But there's some justification now. But you could go all out and just have crazy, wild 60s fun with this thing. And there's fun stuff, just to play with. It's all based on cloud 3D VR capability. So enjoy your experience at Cool Rock. It's fun. I created just for you, whoever you are. The Cool Rock online community. Thank you. It's a story of a guy named David who decided the internet was really, really boring. So I created a website you could just hang out at because it's really, really fun. Hey, I did not know that, Zeno. Thank you for telling me that. People do have legal marijuana states allow people to smoke marijuana in their home. I'm not saying I would ever condone what she did. If she had forced her child or grandchild to smoke pot, that would be different. Yes. Yeah, if you're in a legal state, recreational state, people they don't have a big stigma about smoking in front of their family members. Ironically, there's no laws against it. Plus, they find that if you legalize marijuana, kids don't even want to smoke. There's an 18% reduction in smoking among children in Colorado. Yeah, I'm just kind of getting my feet under me for the show here. Getting ready to communicate with the world. And I appreciate this opportunity to share with all of you. Those of you who made it into chat and got past. Interesting. That's weird. It has me disconnected from chat at iVlog. Very strange. Okay, hi. I'm back. There was a slight problem with the flash system at your location, but I am up and running. Dankeschön, darling, Dankeschön. Welcome back. How many viewers right now? I don't care. I'm not tracking the millions of people watching me on UHF TV. We don't have a big problem with that. Well, is there anytime flash is good? Yeah, it's instantaneous. Do you happen to see a video co-hosting going on in the Vaughn room right now? I can bring Oma into the show and she can play whatever she, picture of a snake over the sun that she wants. Do you see that capability at HTML5 sites? Maybe Twitch has that. I'm not that impressed with HTML5 though. Anyway, yeah, that's Oma. Well, that's rather the aberrations that have been happening around her. She seems to have some weird things going on in her sunset near Florida. It could be the chemtrails are all aggregating in Florida. Is Barron Trump the whistleblower? That's funny. They say the whistleblower is a CIA agent. And I ask you, why wouldn't there be a CIA agent parked next to the office of Donald Trump listening in? Especially considering he has, a couple of unmarked phones? Burner phones that he calls Vladimir Putin on? I'm sure he does that. Right? I know. Well, it's more than likely that he's got some personal thing going with Vladimir, because he covered Vladimir's, requests everywhere he turned. Yeah, he's got a thing going with Vladdy. Oh, don't show the sex tape. No, Vladimir. I'll do whatever you want. You want me to send troops to Venezuela? Okay. Ivanka, could you come over here and rub my feet? Vladimir is on the phone. I mean, you can only imagine the joke of a world at the White House. With him making secret calls to Vladimir Putin. Of course we needed a CIA agent parked next to the door, listening to Ukraine, the discussion, trying to manipulate race. With more dirt on Mr. Biden. Using government funds. Not so smart, Mr. Trump. Are you a puppet? Do I look like a puppet? What kind of an insane world are you living in? Dave, why haven't they made it a show yet? The Donald Trump Oval Office puppet show? What are you talking about? I am not celebrating this whistleblower. I don't even know who it is. I don't really care to know who the whistleblower is. I don't think that's germane to the subject, do you? Who the whistleblower is irrelevant. The whistleblow itself is the real issue. And how much blow has the whistle blown since they blew the whistle? Is the whistleblower doing blow as we speak? Hey, what's going on? You want to find out? Let's find out. Queuing up what's going on right now. Yeah, so you tell me how much blow the whistleblower blew, if the whistleblower could blow. Okay? Because I'm not interested. I don't care about the whistleblower. Donald Trump is the one that's so worried about it, because he's worried about what he said. Let's talk about what really matters in a person's life. This young man has been receiving donations from somebody in our show who said he gave him $40,000, apparently from the money he trolled us on. He got from Mark.
Hey, do you ever wonder, what is going on? I mean, do you ever, wake up or do something and you're just like, what the fuck is going on?
In a world
where people are brain dead, you can make a lot of money on YouTube if you have absolutely nothing to say. Yeah, he's a $14 million richer for being this guy. Thanks, RJ911999er. Is he that dumb in every video? Yeah, he's made $14 million. What do you think? And the guy over there at iVlog keeps coming in telling me he just gave him another $1,000. So you know he must be getting money from Mark. And he's just throwing money at that guy because he thinks it's pissing me off. Isn't that funny? I didn't visit the Area 51 rally. It turned out to be a no-go. That was a CIA-sponsored event. So I'm pretty sure. I'm guessing, though. Yeah, he made $14 million on YouTube. He has nothing to say. If he had something to say, he'd be banned and censored. Oh, Washington State enacts a $75 fee for hybrid electric cars. Wow, that's so sad. Yeah, That's going to screw me over royally. Oh man, I can't believe that. I'll have to tell Sarah. We both have hybrid electric cars. Oh, that's crazy. Boy, ding, 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 more money out the door. I can't believe it. Wow, that's just sad. You know, I'm thinking maybe I should take my car to another state and register it there and put it in a garage. You know, it's like, whatever. That's ridiculous. I'll have to tell Sarah, thank you. Yeah, it's going to be 75 more for our cars. They're penalizing us for having hybrid electric, Sarah. I'm telling you, Washington State is upside down. The Democrats would rather we smoke cigarettes and didn't drive hybrid electric cars. So they're penalizing us. Can you believe that? It's ridiculous. If that's true, and I suspect it is, because you live in Washington too, buddy. Dude, you honestly believe that Mark, a dude that can barely paste the website together, is the mastermind behind some censorship for money ploy? Ha ha ha. Dude, you are like totally... Seriously, dude. Mark doesn't have to do a lot to maintain this site. He has the code that he acquired when he was assisting Justin TV. And he can run it on Cloudflare and block 350 million people. So he's got the utility to make money telling these elitists that, oh yeah, we'll block this David Sponheim guy. Just give us millions and we'll do it. And some guy is stupid enough with all that money to give him the money. It doesn't take a lot of genius to do what they're doing and then have people dox us. I mean, this is a no-brainer, man. Anybody this greedy who's willing to take money from the underworld can do this. That's what I believe could be happening right now. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Mark didn't make the site. He paid some guy in India to make it. $25. You're so funny, Misanthropy. Yeah. And I'm not really here to contest Mark's ability to code but what I'm contesting is your ability to see the handwriting on the wall, Guest 969. I mean, I've come in here every night and shown you all the different people that have wanting to get into this show and can't. That have to hit refresh on their screen 30 to 50 times a night just to get into the Bond show, just to be a chatter. You know that all the other VPNs around the world are being turned away as well. And you must know that our UHF channel is being rebroadcast around the globe and has for months and if not years. To no avail, it seems, but we really are making headway. Slowly but surely, we're working within this word-of-mouth spectrum, which keeps the message alive about this third party and how we're being censored. Right, and Mark won't renew the Ghost username because he wants his T. Rucker friend, Ghost Politics, who runs a show for every single episode. T. Rucker makes $2,000 from Mark. That's what I've been told, to run his Ghost Politics show to take our viewership away. Oh, it's an amazing story if you want to look deeper into it. And if it's not an ability to willfully delude myself at all, it's actually, we've got all the earmarks of what's happening right in front of you. You just have to look at it. He even installed a ghost mode, yeah. He must be thinking about you. But what we really know, yeah, Rothschild Gangsta said, Dave, I usually have to refresh for a couple hours before I can get in and Mark pays me. Check this statement out from Ghost. Rothschild Gangsta has been telling the truth tonight. He's made a few statements. But he's made more than a few statements. Let me tell you what Rothschild Gangsta has said. Yeah, this guy has been spilling the beans on Mark. We've got a couple of things cut and pasted tonight just from... I keep a constant running agenda here of what these guys are doing. And he's trying to tell me the truth because he feels guilty that he made all this money. Dave, did you get my message last night where I gave you the honest confession about being paid by Mark, raking in over $5,000 a day? I said it was no hard feelings. And then he goes on in another chat room, Rothschild Agenda. Dave, did you get my message last night where I gave you the honest confession about being $5,000 a day? And I have hungry kids who want new stuff, so I hold no hard feelings against you. The economy is rough right now. We all need to put food on the table. Mark is paying me in dollars and rubles. Dave, I told you there's no hard feelings. So, and Latvian Girls 2, Mole is telling Mark my confession to you, and he's threatening me now to get me to stop, get him to stop. Dave, I never thought I was joining on Mark's payroll. I would be put in danger. I just wanted some extra spending cash and designer clothes. So, I mean, you can say this is all BS. I got the guy right in the room right now. For real. But, hey, we got people telling us what they think. They honestly have something in their mind is saying, hey, this isn't right, what I'm doing. There's that part in a person's mind who's committing a criminal act that says, hey, I don't want to be doing this. And he's coming in trying to make amends with his maker, really. It turns out I don't have Gucci sunglasses. No, those were Home Depot originals. I found out these are Uvex, completely designed to block UV rays. Got these for $10 at Amazon. 91% UV blockage. You bet. UV. Anyway, I don't want to belabor the issue of censorship. Obviously, if Russia wants to prevent me from talking about Putin and Trump, they'll do everything they can to stifle this show. But I'm here every night, and you can't stop me. So there. I never stole anything from a bag person. Don't ever accuse me of stealing anything, or I'll break your countdown, ban you. You like the Gucci's better, really? Somebody told me that the Gucci's don't really look presidential. I kind of like the idea of wearing safety glasses from Home Depot. So. And we never did meet Max again. He hasn't been back in the room. Remember him? Yeah. Max has been gone for like years, if not, I mean, what, 2 months now? He hasn't come back. You're making a 100-page book on Pinterest? Cool. Putin is not cool. Putin's got some issues. For one, we don't even know if it's Putin. It could be somebody else. Yeah, there's a theory that Putin was replaced. I'm not the only one who came up with it. I just found something interesting on 153news.net. Hey, Scissor Fight, good evening. Yeah, I just found a video that I had on Putin is not alive. Remember that? Somebody pulled it. Yeah, that was under the name Putin was not alive. I did it through my memory. I did a history search, and now it's been pulled. So there must be some truth to that. Yeah. I know. A lot of people are, look at pictures of Putin and over the years see a man who changed his face in many different ways. But we do know one thing, that Putin was very rich, is very rich. He likes money. That makes him a very strong dictator-type controller for Russia after the breakup of the Soviet Union. And zooming in on his face, you can see it, very strange, very odd. This particular picture right here in 91 and 2000 it looks like a different person. And some people say he had Botox. The bridge of his nose changed in size. So there may be a double out there. A lot of questions about whether Putin is who he says he is. I'm against police brutality. You know that I'm on record saying that we need, I don't know, somebody's taken that video down. Yeah, I'm on record saying that we need police to have sensitivity training courses across the country in order to maintain the continued cash flow from the federal government. I would hold their purse strings if they didn't go along with a plan to reduce brutality charges. Yeah, there's just a theory that scissor fight, that's just a ridiculous concocted theory that somebody came up with just to defer people looking into a scissor fight. He is definitely not Lot Lizard. Yeah, he's his own person. He's not some Mark shill. That's absurd. A doomsday bomb. China unveils terrifying Dongfeng 41 that can strike the U.S. in 30 minutes with 10 warheads. And this is something the Chinese government celebrates in how they can destroy America and kill off everybody in the country. This is a day of celebration for the Chinese government. This shows you their mindset. So if Donald wants to start a trade war with a country that is engaging in human rights abuses, organ donations being sucked out of people's bodies, and then building bombs like this, I'm okay with the trade talks stalling. I really don't care. The more I look at China, the more I realize there's problems within their country that we need to address if we're going to open trade. We never wanted to open trade with countries that engaged in these types of human rights abuses. What Nixon did before he left office was open the door to trade with China, and Bill Clinton really capitalized on it. But this is ridiculous. Threatening the world like this, fanning the flame of aggression. They would say that Donald is doing the same.
I'm going to have to keep an eye out on what's coming past because there's just so much military equipment of all sorts. If you take your eye off it for a second, you can't really see what's happening. And the sound of it is incredible. It's such a spectacle. They've got microphones on the side to pick up the stamp of the soldiers, the trundle of the tanks, make sure they reverberate around Tiananmen. But when those tanks go past, when the heavy vehicles pass, you really don't need it. You can barely hear yourself think. It is an awesome display of might. That's what it's intended as. And it's very cutting-edge weaponry, along with all the soldiers we've seen in Perfect Step. Seen lots of very advanced UAVs, those unmanned aerial vehicles, drones, missiles and missiles launchers. So this is China really showing off that it is a modern army. So a lot of this is about this. It's the 70th anniversary of China. But what Xi Jinping has done since he took power is reform. That's been a big part of his tenure as president of PRC. And this is the fruits of that. But the interesting thing, though, is this is not a parade that many people can go to. We're here, there are a few handpicked civilians here. Everyone else has to stay at home and watch it on television. Where people can go and have their own sort of fun is in Hong Kong. It's going to be a very different scene in Hong Kong. We've already seen scuffles. They're going to be allowed to do what they want. At the same time, this display of military might here can also be seen as sending a message to Hong Kong. This is what's waiting from mainland China.
Yeah, a lot of grandstanding, and it's shocking that they have unveiled this type of capacity when they fully well know that we have the same capacity. So it's not like they're edging out our ability to strike at any distance from any one location. So, if we look at this as just them seeking parity and not react with us thinking that China is provoking us, we'll be better off. So instead of seeing the 70th anniversary as a provocation, we could be better off just accepting that that's their big brag day and that's a big honorable day for their people. So, and putting it in that perspective, but sending a nuclear bomber to the island the artificial island they created in the South China Sea, that was a provocation, and Trump did nothing. Trump said nothing too. Trump is engaged in a trade war for personal gain, I think. And I notice he hasn't added human rights abuses to his trade agreement plan. So I would use the human rights abuses as a key point in trade. I think that's more important than his ridiculous fight with Huawei, the telecommunications giant out of China. I believe that if Donald Trump did two things: released Meng from any charges for trading with Iran, surrendered any economic sanction accusations against China that he currently has, even if he retains the economic sanctions against Iran, but just surrenders it for China, gives them a pass. If he does that, at the very least, that will make a slight difference. But that's the time to add the human rights package to the deal and make sure that China is abiding by a certain standard by which they are not openly seeking body organs from people in their own population and enslaving people and putting them in re-education camps. And they would argue that they have every right to do that. that our country is, America is the largest prison state in the world. And they'd be right. That we'd be hypocrites to tell them that they can't have re-education centers. We have, every 100 people, 2.3 people are in our prison system who are awaiting probation. In North Korea, 1 out of 100 are in situations like that. In our country, 2.3 out of 100 are incarcerated. So China just calls us a hypocrite whenever we tell them anything about human rights. So we have to find some common ground that we can begin that discussion. But body part organ donations and harvesting from bodies within their own country, that's just atrocious. That's got to stop. Whether they send people to re-education camps or not, that's a separate issue. Yeah, you know, people don't realize that Jeffrey Epstein had a pretty cush life at the Metropolitan Correctional Center. 2 days before he finally escaped and got down to Orgy Island again, Jeffrey Epstein had sex slaves come to his house, comes to his cell. He had a former sex slave visit him 90 times in jail, according to this document. One of Jeffrey Epstein's former underage sex slave was allowed to visit him around 90 times while he was in Florida jail for solicitation of a minor. Now, I was talking about his jail at Metropolitan Correction Center. He was with a young woman, they said, for 2 hours, just 2 days before he allegedly killed himself. But Nadia Marchennikova, whom Epstein allegedly purchased from her family and brought to the U.S. around 2001 at the age of 15, bragging that she was his Yugoslavian sex slave, was allowed into the Palm Beach County Jail in 2008 while he was doing time for soliciting sex from a minor. Marchennikova was in her early 20s by then, but jail officials should have been aware of accusations that Epstein allegedly sexually abused her while she was underage because the details were in a previous police report. So he sent a sex slave who'd been in the police report, and he somehow got her to go to his cell when he was stationed down 13 months in jail in Florida. She was one of his accomplices. Ironically, she became his she became one of his pilots on one of his jets, I believe. There she is right here. So he was allowed to have this sex slave in his jail 90 times while he served 13 months in jail. It's unbelievable. When does it end? I'm going to have to add that to the Jeffrey Epstein page. So what I do is I put things in my Flipboard. Flipboard is the only, really the best link provider I could find that works quickly. I just add this little F right here, and it throws me into one of my 29 magazines I think I have now. And one of them is an Epstein magazine. There it is. So I'm flipping it right into that magazine. We've got a long file of the Epstein file in our Flipboard. That's a pretty powerful story. Thanks. Hey, you're ending soon? Okay. Wow. Okay. Okay. All right. All right. Ending soon. Okay. Couldn't get any weirder than this. I was never involved with Jeffrey Epstein. Newsflash. Yeah, I have no knowledge of that person other than our show. We broke the news about him, 5 years ago? R. Kelly complains that only one girlfriend at a time can visit him in jail as he fights to be freed on bond. So R. Kelly's having a hard time pulling a threesome in jail, and he's a little upset. This makes total sense, doesn't it? I mean, people in this level of stardom, allegedly raping women. R. Kelly appears during her hearing at the Layton Criminal Courthouse. He asked a federal judge to reconsider a decision to hold the embattled R&B star without bond on sweeping racketeering charges filed there. Federal authorities searched Kelly's home and seized his cell phone and computers after his arrest. Okay. Presently, he's only allowed one related person to visit. In other words, although he lives and has lived with 2 lady friends, only one of them is allowed to be on his visiting list, and after 90 days, he's required to switch. No other friends or professional colleagues are allowed to visit. That is not right. Well, I agree. I mean, R. Kelly should be allowed to visit some of his professional colleagues, like maybe somebody he was working with, like a pimp, you know, or something like that. Dave, how would you be sleeping without... You know, I just don't need a sex slave in my life, but thanks for sharing. Trump just tweeted that R. Kelly is innocent. It stands to reason that he would say that. After all, he did say that all you have to do to meet women is just grab them by the beep, 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 beep. Yeah, I can't even say the word. Beep, beep. Okay, so we saw something violent in Hong Kong, a guy getting shot point blank. That was horrific. I don't want to go there again. I feel it was hurtful to watch that. But the problems in Haiti now are on the brink of revolution. Here we go again. The Haitians are right at basically, because Hillary Clinton didn't get any money to the Haitians. We've got very little money for the poor people of Haiti. Haiti's now on the brink of revolutions to overthrow the U.S.-backed regime. No one's talking about sex except you, Joe. Did you figure out what your favorite fetish was? Share it with the world. Yeah, this is called Chat Reveal. It's part of our Chataholics Anonymous course that we try to get into it on Tuesday. Are you a chataholic? Would you like to reveal your secret fetish? Your secret porn fetish? Yes. Everyone wants to share that with the world, so feel free. This is your place and your time to shine. Yeah, I didn't start it with gay sex talk about Joe, no. Revolutionaries destroyed a police headquarters, attacking residence of government officials, and burned a jail and courts to the ground in different parts of Haiti. If only they got some of that money that the Clinton Foundation stole from them, you know? Insurgents are fighting to overthrow the corrupt right-wing regime of Jovenel Moïse, who is backed by the U.S. 4 people died in clashes in recent days, with many reports of injuries. In June, judges of Haiti's High Court of Auditors said in a report that Moïse was at the center of an embezzlement scheme that had siphoned off Venezuelan aid money intended for road repairs, laying out a litany of examples of corruption and mismanagement. Wow. God, see, if only they had gotten some money back when, they might have had a decent political environment. But it turns out everybody in Haiti who controls Haiti uses the money recklessly, except for those people that are not viable. They've had good leaders that are not viable. The one guy told Clinton, no way. He didn't want the money. Yeah, I wonder if I have a clip of that. That's a powerful testimony. We could easily open up an investigation of the Clintons about Haiti. It wouldn't take that much effort by Trump, but he doesn't want to do anything. You notice I've gone the whole night without talking about Greta? Isn't that amazing? Yeah. That's right. They were using the same techniques the Nazis used to try to push us into climate change legislation. Yeah, George Soros, the reigning New World Order puppet of the neo-Nazis. They're called Ashkenazis. Just like Hitler was an Ashkenazi, Himmler was an Ashkenazi, Göring was an Ashkenazi. Yeah, Goebbels was an Ashkenazi. Mueller was an Ashkenazi. They were all Ashkenazi, just like the people around Trump now are Ashkenazis. Yeah, you're wondering how that Nazi word came into existence? Well, it doesn't take a long stretch to imagine. Maybe it was just the word Ashkenazi truncated into the word Nazi. You think? Yeah. Yeah, Bill Gates is connected, definitely. Anyway, I think I have a clip of that story. It kind of got lost in the Clinton oversight. Joe, you went to Orgy Island. Good for you. Oh, and you met nice people like Donald Trump. Wow, good for you. The Mar-a-Lago, yeah, mariachi. Yeah, so they're talking about possibly seeing Hillary Clinton in the race. She proved she's in good health right after the election. She saw this.
Speaking of rumors that have gotten started, there's now the new one is that you are unhealthy, that you had a concussion.
Right.
That Rudy Giuliani was on Fox News yesterday and today, and he's saying you seem to be sick, you look tired, etc., etc. Are you in good health?
Well, this has become one of their themes. Here, you take my pulse while I'm talking to you.
Okay.
Make sure I'm alive.
Oh my God, there's nothing there.
There's nothing there. What can I say? Back in October, the National Enquirer said I would be dead in 6 months.
Oh, wow. Oh, boy.
So with every breath I take, I feel like it's a
You have a new lease
humiliation.
on life.
Yeah, a new lease on life.
It's funny,
I don't know why they are saying this. I think on the one hand, it's part of the wacky strategy. Just say all these crazy things and maybe you can get some people to believe you. On the other hand, it just absolutely makes no sense. And I don't go around questioning Donald Trump's health. I mean, as far as I can tell, he's as healthy as a horse.
Well,
you
his
know?
doctor said he had the best health
Yeah.
medical examination he's ever seen in a human being.
Yeah, I saw that.
Can you open this jar?
So I was president of the Senate in 1990.
You did get it. Thanks for watching. If you like that.
Thanks for letting me watch, Jimmy. I never could understand your humor. But yeah, we've got images of Donald Trump dancing with Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah, quite the partier back in '92. Oh my gosh, we got a visitor.
Well, Amber's saying meow.
Oh, we got another round. Okay, I'll feed her. Yeah, so that's kind of amazing. Okay.
I read that whole article to them.
Good. Oh, on the
I
Haitian.
read that too, and showed them the.
Pre-made jack-o'-lantern.
He grows them. He puts the pumpkins as they're growing into these molds, and they grow into the mold.
Wow, he puts a pumpkin in a mold, and it actually grows into a Frankenstein pumpkin. That's actually a pretty smart move. And he's got a niche market for all these Frankenstein buffs.
Yeah.
Who doesn't want that?
He also has watermelons that are in the shape of a box.
Oh, I saw those box-like watermelons. That's pretty cool. Well, that's worth keeping for the Halloween era. I'll just put that over there. I got to get this cleared up. Got the full transcript of Zuckerberg leaked internal Facebook meetings.
I'll read them.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to read them, but there's something there if you want
Text
to.
and audio.
Yeah, you got audio too. Listen to clips of the meeting here. Yeah, that would be kind of fun. All right. Sarah's going to give you a little break while I get the cat her
come
food.
back and listen and.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I'll be back, Sarah. Thank you. All hands on 2 hours of leaked audio by Mark Zuckerberg. 5 billion audio. Wow. Okay. So if you guys want to listen to that, if Sarah's, doesn't want to talk, you can just listen to that.
Okay.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Okay.
She's just so hungry, the little kitty cat, and everything else. All right. Oh, I always interpreted WT as what the, not want to. No, 939. Mark is not buying Cool Rock. Disney Epcot has been growing pumpkins and Mickey Mouse molds for decades. Oh, that's good to know. You've reminded me. I was thinking of buying some Disney stock. I still don't think I have. Mark said Pocahontas would not be good for Facebook. I think I've thought of buying Disney stock. Maybe I did buy one. Oh yes, I remember Maxed Out Credit. What happened? Do you think he passed away? I know he was pretty sick. The joys of volunteering. Island Times. What are you purposely showing me Island Times for? Travel log from the executive producer. Okay. Was there a certain reason you showed that to me? Space shuttle? Yeah, I think so. Let me double check. Yes, by Walter Isaacson. I just did the audiobook, yeah, and it was really good. I can't remember who read it, but I got it from my library, and I really, really enjoyed that. How a group of hackers, geniuses, and geeks created the digital revolution. That was such a good book. Yes, that's exactly the book I was talking about. I loved it. I really did. Oh, you saw it and you're just passing it on. Okay. And what did he say, Space Shuttle? Yes, I could see David saying that. Who did you hate because she was supported by Hillary? Anyway, that was a really cool book. And I don't think they talked about Zuckerberg at all in that book. Oh, you didn't like Pocahontas because she was supported by Hillary. What? Pocahontas existed long before Hillary. Ivan, you just don't make any sense. Yep. So be it. But I do wonder what happened to Maxed Out Credit. I mean, he was fine in here talking to us. Maybe he did pass. I don't know. Maybe he'll be like, Sarah, I just went up to the cabin without internet. Don't tell people I passed away or something. Oh, you're talking about Elizabeth. Yeah, got it. Elizabeth Warden. Yeah. Thanks, Space Shuttle, for looking into that for us. Yeah, but it's basically for school-related things. Space Shuttle. They did some pretty cool stuff. Mostly they post their stuff on their YouTube channel rather than their public access channel nowadays. As impeachment moves forward, Trump's language turns darker. Any challenge to his presidency he calls an attack on America or claims it's a coup. Right. Could Trump be removed and reelected? Oak Harbor Oak Harbor PS is their YouTube, I think. From ENMnews.com. As impeachment moves forward, Trump's language turns darker. His language has changed in the days since House Democrats began their impeachment inquiry. The president's presidential Twitter feed still has its share of complaints about the Federal Reserve, punchback nicknames, and favorable polls from friends such as Breitbart. But now he also talks about the civil war that could break out if impeachment proceedings against him continue. A whistleblower he regards as a spy and, increasingly, treason. His main targets have been the whistleblower and Representative Adam B. Schiff, the chairman of the House Intelligence Committee, and he's used the word more than a dozen times on Twitter, beginning last September when he castigated the New York Times for publishing an op-ed article written by an anonymous administration official that questions the president's ability to govern. The last time an American was convicted of treason was in the 1940s, in part because the Constitution defines it narrowly as levying war against the United States or giving aid or comfort to an enemy during wartime. But as the impeachment inquiry unfolds, Mr. Trump has used the term to accuse people of disloyalty and signal to his supporters that his political opponents are un-American. Well, some things are being done about it. Some people are building tiny homes, space shuttle. The accusation is nothing new in the right-wing vocabulary. Ann Coulter, the president's sometimes advisor, sometimes adversary, wrote a book on the topic. Mark S. Zaid, a Washington lawyer who represents the whistleblower, reviewed the book in 2003, saying it contained revelations that would shock anyone to the left of Attila the Hun. But experts see a civic danger in the president frequently and falsely calling out what he labels treasonous behavior. Carlton F.W. Larson, a professor at the University of California at Davis School of Law and an expert on treason, said the president had cheapened the word through overuse. It's a complete debasement of political discourse where ordinary political disagreements are elevated to a level of a capital crime, Mr. Larson said. If Trump ever did uncover an instance of true treason, no one would believe him because he has so debased the meaning of that word. Mr. Trump first mentioned treason in connection with the whistleblower last week in a talk at the United States mission to the United Nations, contending that what the whistleblower was doing was spying and lamenting that there used to be a punishment for that, presumably meaning execution. Who sent this Trump link? No one. I decided to look at yeah, sure. Yes. Yeah, Habitat for Humanity and would be, yep, you're right. Goodness. I want to know who's the person who gave the whistleblower the information, because that's close to a spy, Mr. Trump said. You know what we used to do in the old days when we were smart, right? With spies and treason, right? We used to handle it a little differently than we do now. Well, Space Shuttle, if you keep talking that way, David will just ban you. Again. Well, why am I talking like that? That's my imitation of Trump. That's it. All right. But what seems to have most provoked the president was Mr. Schiff's opening statement at a House Intelligence Committee hearing last week, when he gave his own interpretation of Mr. Trump's July phone call with the Ukrainian president as a mobster issuing a veiled threat. And the president did not like it. I'm not trying to be like Schumer, who totally made stuff up. I'm reading enmnews.com here. Representative Adam Schiff illegally made up a fake and terrible statement pretending to be mine as the most important part of my call to the Ukrainian president, and read it aloud to Congress and the American people, Mr. Trump wrote on Twitter on Monday. It bore no relationship to what I said on the call. Arrest for treason? Question mark. Oh, you bought cheese. Yum. Oh, and New York Times has a thing where Trump suggested shooting migrants in the legs. Oh, Sarah. What is it, Tiddly D?
President Trump suggested having migrants shot
during a March meeting with White House advisors. That was a while ago. That's what I need, Master Meatball. I need my sleep. I don't get any uglier sleep. What? Why? Because of how I'm reading? Nothing's up. You just figured if you wrote my name with an exclamation point, it would seem more important. Sarah! I don't know, Misanthropy. I don't think people just coming to our country should be... No, I don't think they should just be considered terrorists after 9/11. Not everyone who tries to come to our country is a terrorist. Especially if you believe that 9/11 was an inside job. Not that I do, but... Alright, I'll close out of this article. I thought it was pretty funny, though. He didn't like my imitation of Trump. And Misanthropy said, oh wait, 9/11 wasn't about immigration. It was about surveilling and treating everybody as terrorists. Totally made up.
animosity here. I hear what you want. I have a favor I want from you, though. And I'm going to say this only 7 times, so you better listen good. I want you to make up dirt on my political opponent, understand lots of it. On this and on that. I'm going to put you in touch with people, and not just any people. I'm going to put you in touch with Attorney General of the United States, my Attorney General, Bill Barr. He's...
Okay. I know. So, Space Shuttle, I take it you're a total Trump supporter. Okay, Ivan thinks 9/11 was an inside job. Oh, interesting, Xanatrell. I agree, Misanthropy. Xanatrell and Xenu probably would make a good couple. Schumer said those were Trump's words during a hearing, and now it's just that he said, she said? That Schumer didn't say those, that Trump didn't really say those words? I am tired. That's why I look tired. And I didn't mean it as an attack either, Xanatrell.
I'm striving to keep your times to a minimum. So you don't have to...
Yeah, I do have other things.
You definitely have a list, a to-do list. Okay.
Well, I'm crossing stuff off my to-do list, but not really.
Well, I hope you work on that stuff. Thank you.
I think my next thing on my to-do list is probably just go to bed, even though I do have other things on the to-do list, but I'm just going to ignore them all. Go to bed.
Okay. Thank you very much. Enjoy your sleep.
Xanatrell was here long before Xenu. I do have to say that, Misanthropy.
Yes, that's right. That's correct. Xanatrell preceded Xenu for sure.
Probably Xanatrell was before Misanthropy.
Yeah, oh, definitely. Yeah, Xanatrell's been around a long time. Way before Misanthropy. Thank you, Sarah. Yeah, she is tired. She needs a rest. Yeah, so if Schumer said David said those words, he would be scum. Okay, what did Schumer say? Ukraine funded the Clinton campaign. I wouldn't doubt that. Yeah. It's entirely possible. Former Ukrainian Secret Service official leaks info on how Ukraine funded Clinton campaign with stolen IMF money. Well, I think people are chatting just fine. Vasily Prozorov is a former employee of the Ukrainian Security Service SBU, and on his blog, Ukraine Leaks, he reveals now how former Ukrainian President Petro Poroshenko and oligarch Viktor Pinchuk may have helped divert IMF funds to Hillary Clinton's 2016 presidential campaign. You know, Michael Cohen admitted that Poroshenko gave him $1.5 million to influence and get access to Trump. Michael Cohen also got quite a bit just directly from the Russian government, too, to make sure that he supported a guy named Artemenko to replace the former leader Poroshenko. Yes, you know, we are becoming very adept at the knowledge of the Eastern European people. And Hogslammer, you're starting to look like Eastern European. You look like Johnny Depp, man. You got the whole new look. There's Hogslammer. All my other chatters went to watch my enemy? I don't think so. No. There's a lot of people that have to realize that my enemy is the person who is actually, he looks like a pirate, yeah. My enemy is the person who's receiving money from Russian governments to suppress me on this network Now, some would say it's my fault for not opening up another chat network, but we're still trying to find one that's as good. That's the problem. Yeah, Johnny Depp changed quite a bit, yeah. So finding another alternative chat room to talk about this is still high on the list. Why is there a check mark on my check? I don't know. Language tools, spelling and grammar check. Yeah, that's a tool that's another reason why Vaughn has a pretty nice chat room. I mean, you're writing down the road and you're chatting in Vaughn. He's like, David, why is there a checkbox? Well, let's see. Ghost politics has taken over a position. See the check mark, one spelled error, ghost politics. It gives you corrections. That's a nice tool. Other chat rooms don't have that. That's what makes Mark's chat room still very viable for our show. Unfortunately, he is censoring people as they come in here. Larry, you're not, the original Hog Slammer's in the room right now. That's him. It's not Johnny Depp. No, it's Hog Slammer.
Could it be Satan?
No, it's not Satan either. It's Hog Slammer. He's a nice guy. He's not evil. He's not one of those evil doers that pretend to be good people like Hillary Clinton.
Subscribe to our YouTube.
Yeah, I don't trust people that want to make deals with the devil. I'm going to show you a Haitian president that exposed the Clinton Foundation right in front of the country and the world and never got any airtime, and the government didn't even investigate this. Watch this.
1994, when Bill Clinton invaded the island. And I have the records about the Clinton Foundation. And I want to have a few minutes today to talk about that.
Now, I would tell you more about this, but they'll monetize this on YouTube, believe it or not. It's happened before. I played the whole thing, but this president, I'll play it later tonight, this president will talk to the world about how the Clintons tried to bribe him. This was one of the good Haitian presidents. And I'll have that video for you later. Yeah, I can't play it. They'll actually monetize it. They try to shut videos like that down. Mark really did add that. Why would he not? What do you mean hilarious? Mark has a functional chat room. That's why it's still successful from my perspective. I have to broadcast at a place that I can function. And iBlog doesn't give me the interaction. I mean, I've got a guy named Larry Sinclair over there who's giving me some interaction. I'm getting a little bit more action over there. Oma showed me her pictures of the Virgin Mary and or the descending gods in her son, but there's not a lot of action. So the more action we have, the better. I love the fact that iBlog has video co-hosting, and somebody, Tiddly D, thankfully paid the amount necessary to do that this month. Thank you, Tiddly D. Appreciate it. And I understand Tiddly has had some problems with his account too. I got that message on the sideline. Yeah, sorry you've had so many problems dealing with. And you got to wonder if the vendor didn't reveal your password. You know, you were wondering about that. I don't even know who owns iBlog. I think Mark does. I think he's made so much money he made him a deal they can't refuse. I heard Nexium and Zantac are having problems with lead to liver failure. That led to liver failure, forms of cancer. Well, believe me, I'm concerned. I am. The generic Zantac is being pulled off the market. So the Ukrainian president is the Jewish comedian, actor, Zionist puppet. That'll be interesting, because working with Biden, you'd have to be a Zionist puppet, wouldn't you? Oh, working with Trump, you'd have to be a Zionist puppet. So they got the Zionist puppet down pat. Here's 153 News. We'll have a video for you tonight.
All right, guys, what's up? Matty D here. Tuesday, October 1st, 2019. I just thought I'd show you guys this. This whole Ukrainian thing, I told you guys, this guy's a total Jew. All right, Poroshenko was a crypto Jew. All right, he had Jewish connections, half Jewish.
That is interesting, yeah. The Ashkenazis have penetrated a lot of these countries in the former Eastern Bloc, Soviet Bloc countries. And we know that the Ashkenazis dominate the Russian mob. We know that too. So we know that Russia's been run by the Russian mob ever since, Soviet Union took was taken down by what appeared to be Ronald Reagan. It was really the New World Order acting through George H.W. Bush. Remember that? Yeah. George H.W. Bush implemented a takedown of the entire Soviet Union financially. And it was really, not many people know about this. 9/11 was essentially a cover-up of a loan that George H.W. Bush had acquired September 11th, 1991. A loan of $240 billion that he used to leverage against the Soviet Union. And he purchased a lot of the companies underneath them and made some bold moves. George H.W. Bush will be the architect, forever known as the architect of what was the biggest attempt to a coup to take over the world, a new world order. I don't believe a new world order will succeed. Now, I'm kind of old-fashioned that way. I believe that a nation-state will stand up to each and every one of the new world order attempts to stop it. Not just our nation-state, France, England. Any nation that it seems to be within the realm of the New World Order is going to kind of belch up some bad medicine. People don't want to accept this pill that they're forced upon us. A New World Order, 1,000 points of light. So while George H.W. Bush was taking out that $240 billion loan, it was due 10 years later. It was a bond issue, and it was due 10 years later. Well, it turns out that that bond issue that he used, they didn't want to pay it back, and there was no contact. And apparently the Office of Naval Intelligence was working on the sideline to investigate this. Well, guess what area of the Pentagon was struck? The day of the event, of the 9/11 attack. The area of the Pentagon was the Office of Naval Intelligence. They were hit square right into the side. 127 people that were all investigating George H.W. Bush's bond issue being missing. And of course, let's not forget that Donald Rumsfeld, the Secretary of Defense at the time, said that the Pentagon was missing $2.3 trillion. So the next day was a money laundering bonanza for the United States government within the ranks. This inside job was perpetrated. That's what the theory is. So we're looking at the frames that were released from the FBI from one camera angle. They only released one camera angle. That's suspicious in and of itself. And we're looking right there at the close-up of what appears to be the tip of a Tomahawk missile. Yeah, I'm not making a story here. This is the only footage the FBI created. Yeah, the fact is Mark starts culling chat. He's doing everything he can. He does this. Yeah. We're seeing chat shut down, basically. They're just attempting to do everything they can to stop this show from succeeding. It's not complicated to see this. From the downside, you guys get to watch me talk about it. I don't mind doing that. But other people are trying to get into the show too. Yeah, a lot of people can't chat who try to get in here and to chat. They can't. So there's a lot of dialogue that's missing. So here's the young lady that did the unthinkable and shot this young man who did not deserve to die that day. And she deserves to spend a lifetime in jail, in my opinion. I wonder what the charge is going to be. Probably 30 years, you know. She'll argue that it was she just innocently didn't know where she was going and it was manslaughter, Your Honor. No. It's the day of most food stamps arrive in 2 days. Yeah, everyone's not food stamp ready yet. Food stamp ready. Yeah, I'm not trying to bore you. Culling means getting rid of the chaff. When you have kernels of wheat, you have chaff that sits around the kernel of wheat, and when you cull the chaff from the wheat. When your farming language gets to the point where you actually speak that way, you know you're a fourth generation Norwegian farmer like me. Dave, I agree with this. Oh, really? You can now be fined up to $250,000 if you call someone illegal alien in New York City? You would agree with that? That's absurd. That is the worst, most horrendous misuse of freedom of speech I've ever seen.
And my guess is they're not documented. So my next call is to ICE to have each one of them kicked out of my country.
Go back to your Mexican country.
I fear for my safety and I'm constantly checking my surroundings because I've been questioned by random people. Where am I from and what am I doing in New Hampshire?
It's sad, like when you're at work or you're on the street or you do whatever you have to do, and at the same time you have to worry about somebody else who might not like you because of your skin color or because of your accent.
When I go out, even to Walmart, Target, the pharmacy, restaurants with my family and my husband, I bring 3 or 4 types of identification.
We are very careful where we speak Spanish in public places. We are always careful about our surroundings and trying to look at people that may look menacing to us because we...
I'm sorry that these people are incurring these problems in a country dedicated to free speech, but you cannot criminalize free speech. I'm sorry, but this is the most egregious misuse of public government operation I've ever seen. It's like, we can't possibly allow something like this. This is a democratic thing. This is designed to take your freedom of speech down and tie everybody up in litigation. I mean, I can only imagine how many lawsuits would come out of that one. Oh, I have a picture of you calling me an illegal alien. I will take this and make $250,000 and destroy you and your family and take over your house. I mean, what a nightmare. Yeah, they're going to attack anybody that talks to them. I don't think we should enslave anyone, but I don't think we should have special privileges to people who are illegal. That's absurd. I mean, come on. It is simply unconstitutional to say that a person can't say this or that to somebody. If you want to call somebody whatever, a squeegee, if you want to call somebody a burlap sack, right, it would be considered a hate crime. It's ridiculous. You can't turn words into hate crimes. I have purposely kept the N-word out of our show, but technically people use it all the time. I'm just culling it from our chat room because Mark removed it from the terms of service violations, which I thought was weird. Why would he do that? Unless he wants to paint us as some sort of a racist organization, which we're not. We're pro people. But you have a right to call people names if you want, just like they can call you a racist, whitey, cracker, honky. Excuse me, but did you call me a legal alien? You're a racist, honky, cracker, and I'm suing your ass. You can imagine what that would be like. And I'm going, but there's no laws against you calling me a racist, whitey, cracker, honky. Sir, I hope I didn't offend you. You did offend me. I'm going to sue your ass. I don't really want to play that right now, but it certainly seems like a good break. Just a little taste of it.
Kimmy's in the air. Everywhere I look around.
That's PK, and look at that. That's a real day in chemtrail land. We're not ignoring chemtrails on Truth Tuesday. It's definitely part of our gig. In fact, Wasteful Wednesday talks about it too. We talk about chemtrails all the time. I was going to change the name of the party to chemtrailparty.com. Instead, I just created a website. Oh, it's the 2-year anniversary of Mandalay Bay? Really? Tonight, does that mean I have to play pictures of the 3 shooters that were on top of the Mandalay Bay building? Images that were seen by 3 or 4 different witnesses? I don't know. I really don't want to. Oh, God. I don't want to go back and do this. It's so many false flags under our belt. Reliving them is almost painful. You know, it's more like I relegate them to the false flag bin. And that's where they end up in the compost heap. I don't think so. Changing my party's name isn't the problem. We have a great name, America's Third Party. It's awesome. We can't keep bringing in new names to change it. The real problem is censorship. It's nothing to do with our name. Our name is a winner. We had demographic studies done in 2010 that showed it was positive appeal. Our previous name, Cool Rock Party, was not well received. People thought we were, Cool Rock Party. What is that? A drug-induced belladonic haze? And yeah, I guess it is. I mean, if you go to our site, you could pretty much replicate an acid trip. Not that I would know what an acid trip is like, but hey, you get as close to that as you could possibly get to. We have this amazing thing where you can just create your own Peter Max experience, the spin painter. You look into a cast a crystal ball. You're getting dizzy and slowly thinking of other things. Gradually your brain is melting into the crystal ball. Again, you think of nothing else. No, I'm not trying to hypnotize you, but you could be hypnotized on that entire trip. I need to make more music. That's my thing. You know, that's why I created a website called Cool Rock. And I enjoy it. It's fun for me, you know? Give me a little fun. Let me enjoy myself. So yeah, I created this cool site that you can just do everything you want with and get the chat room at the same time. So we get both chat rooms under our belt right there. It's very comfortable. And it's an online community, and it's fun, and it's free. I would like to do that, except I don't know how to make music, Misanthropy. I'd be learning with you. We'd be learning together like Mr. Rogers. You don't know anyone capable of working that can't get a job. I agree. If you have any desire to work, Home Depot hires people. I mean, you walk around Home Depot and you see people are like, hey, can I help you? And they don't know a damn thing about anything. It's like, yeah, I think that's on aisle 33. And they're just doing it so that they can collect their Social Security when they turn 65. Yeah. That's the only reason why they're out there at Home Depot. A lot of these guys they probably enjoy video games, you know? It's not like they want to be there. They just bought into this whole belief that if they work their hardest, they'll get their Social Security check, which wasn't even originally designed as a retirement fund. They'll be able to survive. And, you know, that's pretty much where people are at, because right now, across the nation, is it 9 yet? Okay, in 10 minutes I can take these off. Across the nation, people are basically living in RVs. You can live, if you're 65 years old, this is the truth, you can live right now in an RV for $250 a month. But you have to live in rough conditions out in the middle of the desert. So it's like, okay. But you get a jacuzzi and hang out with them.
Let me tell you something. The Bible says love rejoices in the truth. False flags are used. What's a false flag? A false flag is when something is used to bring about an end result, to garner agreement, or to start a movement. A false flag is used. Open your eyes, listen, watch. Let me tell you something.
I will tell you something too. The false flags are used to make us want a gun control. It's designed to make us fear the chances of anyone who may have a legal firearm to actually use it for their own safety. God forbid those people actually fire on an intruder into their home and kill that intruder in their own self-defense, and then have to wonder, what are we doing? Praise him. And then the Lord starts saying, the meek shall inherit the earth, and then you believe, well, golly, we better just all bend over, grab our ankles, and move our butt cheeks out, and get ready for the royal, you know what. But no, that weapon that you have in your home is your line of defense against alien beings. That's right. Aliens could enter this open universe and attack us, and we all need to be defending our family and our loved ones. I am not trying to mess with you. I'm telling you, everybody needs a firearm if you want to be safe. If you don't want that, then go ahead and grab your ankles, America, and get ready for the alien invasion. Okay. Today, a sales guy tried selling you 2 air conditioners. He said your electric bill would be cheaper if you had 2. Well, why would you care about your electric bill? Oh, that's right. You're right. I mean, having 2 air conditioners is only necessary in that trailer that I was telling you about in the middle of the desert. You need 2 full-on air conditioners running full tilt to live out there, and it only gets to be 80 degrees in the middle of the summer. It's 110 outside, but it's 80 degrees inside. Okay, open your eyes, listen.
Let me tell you something. The Bible says love rejoices in the truth.
Love rejoices in the truth. If you ban VPNs, the only ones here on VPN will be criminals. Unfortunately, Mark only lets the trolls in our show. That's how we built up a lot of our viewership. If you were a viewer way back 5 years ago and you got grandfathered in, he lets those IPs come in. If you're a viewer in the recent year, you may have had a hard time getting in. That's how he works, and he allows trolls to the T. Rucker room and other rooms to come in. They let those IPs come in anytime they want. That's why we've had troll activity quite a bit here. Chemtrails in Israel, towers in Israel, NASA worldview tells the wrong story. Really?
Hi, everybody. It is now October 1, 2019.
Yeah.
All right. Geoengineering in Israel. I said in the video that I posted yesterday, including that NASA worldview, that this is NASA, it's a NASA site, and they're putting up just one little tiny, fraction of the day for every day of, hey, the geoengineering that's taking place. And what I have observed there was North Africa, the Middle East region, is, well, that fraction that NASA posts doesn't seem to be much geoengineering taking place.
More confirmation of what Never Lose Truth said yesterday in her video tonight. Good. She doesn't believe that Israel's getting any chemtrails whatsoever. So many people are believing now that Israel, no attacks against their pipelines have occurred ever by terrorist attacks. Taliban never attacked Israel's pipelines. You notice that? So Israel seems to be immune to almost everything from terrorist strikes to chemtrails. So people are wondering, well, could it be that maybe they're behind the chemtrails themselves? That's how they're avoiding the chemtrail strike? Well, yeah. These chemtrails are happening around the world and not happening over Israel, it seems. So she's going to tell us about that. Wow. Cool. Yeah, thanks. That's good. We have seen the truth now about the false flags. And the fact of the matter is, the government has the legitimate right to actually tell us whatever they want to tell us. And I know this sounds kind of ridiculous. Why would they be allowed to tell us anything they want? Well, because in 2012, Barack Obama passed NDAA 2012, in which he nullified the Smith-Mundt Act. And the Smith-Mundt Act was an anti-propaganda act created right after World War II so that no one would be propagandized like Hitler was propagandizing people in Germany. So the Smith-Mundt Act was suspended, and that's why we are now, they legally can lie to us, legally. If I were to try to file a lawsuit against the government, I'd be spinning my wheels, because legally they're allowed to tell us whatever they think is in our best interest, because they believe that they are the people. And the government hides behind this impression that they are representatives of the people, even though the two parties are controlled entities completely bought off. So they're using that against us. No, the woman isn't high. She's just got painkillers going on in her life. Her painkillers are kicking in. Yeah, the woman's got extreme RF frequency exposure. She's not high. She's just trying to get through life, man. Some people don't like sunglasses at night, and I just thought I'd play them. I wear the sunglasses just to mess with you. Yeah. 3 more minutes before the UV screen. I have a reactive UV screen that kicks on in 3 minutes. Yeah, I showed you this false flag last night. Yeah. Yeah, Yeah, I'm not in any way of the belief that it even exists, this group. He will not divide us.us. Yeah. I'm almost not even sure the flag is actually a non-statist position. I don't support extreme libertarianism. I acknowledge that we're going to be dealing with drones for the next 50 years before they're all annihilated by the next wave of technology. Yeah, I'm sure. And their big plan is to just douse us with chemicals so that they can alter the weather pattern and then automatically claim that there's climate change. Warning, climate change. You know, of course there's climate change. You're polluting the world. Warning, climate change. Warning, warning, alert, alert. A warning, warning. And then they want to tax us on top of it. Yeah, that's what their game plan is. Completely obvious. It's like right out in the open. It doesn't take a genius to realize what they're up to. Warning, climate change. Warning. I mean, I could say the sky is falling. The sky is falling. Warning, warning, warning. Climate change. And of course, they're dumping all these chemicals in the sky daily. And they're saying, oh, warning, warning. It's your cause. And the cause, you're the cause of the problem. Your car. Yeah, they want you to believe your car, which has some of the lowest emissions of any vehicle on Earth relative to the history of the combustion engine. But no, somehow your car is to blame. Or the smokestacks that make the plastics you use in the market. Well, then get rid of plastics. Warning, climate change. So while these people make plastics, they're poisoning the atmosphere, and then they're claiming that you need to be taxed in order to somehow rectify this problem. Danger, Mr. Robinson. Will, help me, William. Mr. Robinson, you are a mess. You are a danger. Hey, remember one time someone trolled you and sent you a pic of a beep, 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 beep? No, I don't remember that, Zenetrill. It's been censored. Yeah, and AOC, Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez, wants to actually ban air travel. Can you believe that? I don't want to turn the world into a brand new mecca with low-cost healthcare solutions and mobile service units. Right. A blimp pack operation that goes from LA to New York for only $100. I mean, my world is revolutionary. These Democrats have no clue. I want to help purify the earth with my re-agrification plan. I mean, who doesn't want to have beautiful growing plants everywhere that are drought resistant in a healthy organic biomass of soil? I mean, who wouldn't want that? Did you get the Happens in Vegas in the lineup? Okay. I'll put it in the lineup for sure. If you got anything on Mandalay Bay, it's the anniversary, so we've got something from 2017's October 1st attack. It's on. Thank you, chat room celebrity. So yeah, any new ideas have got to come from a third party. There's no other way. We could just, waste our time with Trump stealing my ideas. Sure, whatever. It's good for a laugh, but he'll never do anything. Here's footage that we're going to play tonight.
Famously, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, and that apparently applies to the Mandalay Bay shooting as much as anything else.
Within 2 hours of the Las Vegas massacre, authorities announced that 64-year-old Stephen Paddock had acted as the lone gunman.
And I don't believe that at all. Yeah. None of us believe it, but great to have it in the lineup. Thank you for that. Hey, gotta go to work. Okay, Tiddly D, take care. Yeah, thanks for coming in. Yeah, appreciate it. A lot of you guys have your own schedules. Feel free to bounce in and out. I come in just at the nick of time. There we go. Yeah, the screen changes to yellow at this hour, so I can look at it easier without hurting my eyes. If you stare into a blue, or what are called LED blue light screens, these things can cause irreparable damage to your retina. So if your kids are using tablets on a daily basis and using them at night without any proper lighting, it could affect their retina. By the time they're 50, they could lose their eyesight. You can get the equivalent of macular degeneration. You don't know how people can stare at a white window, yeah? Well, people spend their whole life looking at these screens. I've been looking at the screen since 1980, well, 85, when I first started chatting, really. Yeah. So I'm trying to minimize my retinal damage at this point. I'll never forget spending a couple $100 for an old cathode ray TV. No, actually $500. Yeah, for the MX 500 monitor. It was something else, yeah. The M500 monitor. 1985. Yeah, anyway. Yeah, I paid $500 for that monitor. Yeah. Doesn't seem to be listed anywhere. Probably the only one in existence. All right, thank you. Good night, Juan. Sleep well, man. Did I get much snow? Where? In Vegas? No. You customize your Linux theme to be a low contrast, easy on the eyes? Well, yeah, and you're so OCD now with your theme and customization. Everything has to be perfect. I can see that. Are you as OCD in your real life as you are with your desktop? You keep your socks in a line in your dresser drawer, all sculpted, organized. You're wearing the face that you kept in a jar by the door? Nice. Well, as long as we have our brain connected to our head, I guess we can still function. Your eyes were hurting so much last night from the black around the video, so I had to fix that too. Yeah, you really have a risk of exposure to, your retina.
All right, hit it from everybody. This guy is completely Jewish. He's a total actor, a total clown. He even he was a comedian. He used to play
Oh, you're talking about the Ukrainian leader was a comedian at one point. Yeah, we'll get more on that from Matty D. He really is exposing the Ashkenazi connections to the Ukrainian government. You have CAD 21 monitors you paid $1,000 for? Wow. And here you can get like a really nice curved screen monitor that takes up, it's like for like $200 now. Yeah, I bought this monitor for $125. It's just a standard 24-inch monitor. LED. And I have an LCD over here I would rather not use, but I'm still using it just to get use out of it because I paid about $120 for the Samsung, and I've got an LG similar 19-inch monitor. I try to use my computers and our TVs as much as we can just to get use out of them. I've got a couple of LCD TVs, 40-inch, and the new LED 40-inch, 43-inch that we got for $60. $59. Sarah's dad purchased it. at Walmart. 43-inch for $59, LED. So that'll be replacing the other ones that cause less dirty energy. But the LCD has a dirty energy factor and LED is not. But it still causes eye damage if you look at the bright screens, regardless of the dirty energy factor. Yeah, what do you on 50-inch TVs yourself? I've got one 50-inch LED TV, but that's about the size of it. We really don't have an upgrade in our room yet. We still have an old LCD 40-incher, an old LCD, you know. I just hate throwing these things out when they work fine, you know. It's hard for me to go down and take these older LCDs to the recycler. Yeah, you'd probably, you know, give them to anybody for free. I believe it. Your 2 CAD 21-inch monitors, I know. Your 55-inch TV screen. Well, it seems like the world is just continuing to go through one product after another. Consumerism is one of those, almost a permanent state of existence in our society, consumerism. I don't see it disappearing, and I don't think it should. I think the economy profits from consumerism to a certain degree. I just don't like the fact they make things to break down and, you know, built-in obsolescence, all that. Troops could have night vision injected into their eyes. The procedure would do away with bulky electrical power goggles. Yeah, who wouldn't want night vision in their eyes? They'll probably have like iridescent glowing eyes, these military people. Yeah. In the near future, U.S. troops could trade in their night vision goggles for a direct eye injection that allows them to see in the dark. I'd want that tested out thoroughly. This glider uses water-reactive fuel to launch. Wow, okay. Popular Mechanics. I just don't know if I want to watch that at that volume. Whoa, that's cool. So it just pushes water out of the back. It uses a chemical reaction to create the water burst. Water is pumped into a tank full of calcium carbide. It creates combustible acetylene gas. It's all triggered by a Bluetooth signal. Whoa, that is pretty cool. I am impressed. We're getting ready for Tech Thursday. We'll have to keep that on tap for sure. It's designed to handle both calm and rough waters. Carbon fiber shell. Battery. Nice. Microprocessor. Boy, they're up to some amazing stuff, aren't they? Somebody said earlier that they thought that maybe they saw a disc in the sky. True Blue, I think his friend said that there was a disc, a wedge-shaped disc in the sky. A friend of his saw, and then she looked at it, and all of a sudden it was, it disappeared. So why not imagine what that could be? It could be the TR-3B. It could be the most advanced technology the country's ever seen. Area 52 laboratory, they believe, is the source of this technology, and the government may possess it. Yeah, we've been talking about things that we don't understand tonight. I'm going to show you a UFO taking down a Russian rocket. Then I'll show you the TR-3B.
This is Dabu 7. And guys, I want to share with you one of the most amazing videos that I've ever recorded. You were witnessing the rocket, the Proton rocket from Russia that just crashed. You're about to see a UFO come in from right here and clip this rocket and take off screen, and the whole backside of this rocket explodes and it will begin to nosedive. I'm going to play it a couple times, and you just remember you heard it here first. Dabu 7. All the people that were watching this video, maybe it's just, there he is. He just came in right there, and I watch this whole plume erupts, and you can see him take off screen, whatever this craft was. I'll rewind it. He's going to come in right here. He's going to float in right underneath, and he's going to whip up right here and skirt out. There he is. See him? Right there. and boom, the whole backside of that rocket erupts. Ladies and gentlemen, you just witnessed an attack on Russia's rocket.
Wow, that's Dabu 7. Yeah, that's pretty convincing stuff. Yeah, and he's got a show. He's very popular on YouTube, but I don't know, is he 100% a shill, or is he really doing the good work of deep investigations? I don't know. Hard to say. A lot of things look real and are just not. Watch this and tell me how real this is. Okay, the only theory is that they had a picture of two jets flying and they somehow matted on that spacecraft, but it looked pretty dang real right there. It's like, okay, yeah. Okay, that could have been faked. Yeah, it could have. Possibly. Sure. Here's the TR-3B Astra. Okay, this is a flying wedge. Yeah, Virginia 2013. I mean, these videos are very rare. And they give you a close example of what could be the TR-3B Astra. These are all events that have happened over the past few years in which photographs like these are documented and sent to MUFON or some other organization. This can be made into After Effects, really. It's like Area 51, it's Area 52. It's close by, though. The end of all evil, my disputes. Okay, what's that about?
The end of all evil, my disputes. Some of you, I am sure, are familiar with Jeremy Locke's work, The End of All Evil. For the most part, I agree with it. I was enjoying reading it, seeing the truth, until I got to page 40 in the version I was reading, with the heading, Money and Greed.
Wow.
Locke contends that money is good. Money is merely a tool, but a very dangerous one. It is neither good nor evil.
Well, let's not forget the Bible that says the love of money is the root of all evil. And it was repeated in We the People, Carl Sandburg's book. Also, it has many other annotations throughout history, which I cannot recite right now due to the lack of time. They didn't storm Area 51. It was only a small group of people that were hanging out there. People that believed the CIA story that it was an Area 51 thing. That whole Area 51 thing was to cover up the Russian connection to Donald Trump. Yeah, that was a CIA story that they spun just to take our minds off of the bouncing ball. Watch the bouncing triangle. Watch it make aberrant movements. They're fighting in space, basically, yeah. They're just two little drones going, I don't like you. I'm angry at you. I'm gonna hurt you. It's a drone war, yeah. Is it Skydiver in space? It's an alien ship whose track beam isn't working well. Well, this technology, if it does exist, does have the ability to disappear. Paris, France. The TR-3B Astra has the ability to uncloak itself. Video cloaking technology gives it the ability to be completely transparent, thereby becoming invisible to the naked eye. And the fully dressed eye, too. And the eye that doesn't do porno all the time. Warning, warning, climate change, climate change. How dare you? How dare you? I'm working on my speech for Davos. How dare you? Yeah, who doesn't want to be like Greta? Somebody in Sweden actually thinks she's the Messiah. Isn't that funny? Oh, wow. It takes all kinds. Anyway, thanks for letting me show you the TR-3B. Please do Ronald Reagan for me, Dave. Well, what would you like to say, Odin the cat? Would you like to talk about your new job and how you dislike the workers around you? You know that most people are unhappy with their job. That's why I choose jelly beans whenever I'm down. I don't know, corn cob. I think you better stick to being a corn cob, because your life outside the corn cob realm is not so good. This souped up RC Roomba looks like a tiny little UFO. Check this out. Whoa, this is souped up Roomba. Wow, this dude just plunks around your apartment in a slow crawl, but this one's jacked up. This tricked out vacuum was made by Japanese Twitter user Warren Sunako, who seems to have replaced most, if not all, the original Roomba's innards with a more traditional RC motor. The result is a zooming robot circle that almost looks like it's hovering. Hallelujah, hallelujah, the Roomba is here. Welcome to technology wizardry. Yeah, isn't it amazing? It slices, it dices, it makes mounds and mounds of coleslaw. Greta Thunberg's a message that's needed. No government's looking at the environment. Greta didn't mention one thing about climate, about the chemtrails that are being dumped on our heads. Not one mention of chemtrails. Yeah, no chemtrails mentioned. And she didn't even mention air filtration, which is my big thing. Greta basically just hated on people of different generations. No different than any other younger generation hating on the old folks. It's the same old thing over and over and over again. Here's a group of losers that hung out at the Area 51 gathering, and I can guarantee you somebody got laid at this party. Yeah, you can just see the conversation. Hey, are you into like UFOs? And she's going, yeah, kind of. I've always wondered what they look like. It's like, yeah, I totally agree. We should hang out. You know, and then somebody got laid. All right, save ET from the government. There you go. Clap alien cheeks. Hey, where is the million people? I don't know. I think there's a BS story. I don't buy it. That is terrible. It's terrible that people are gathering at these events getting laid. I know. Damnation, I tell you, the carnality. The evil that they are engaging in, they shall be punished with a child at birthing age. Warning, climate change. Warning, warning. But no mention of chemtrails or air filtration. Nothing. Yeah, it's like you're left going, wait a second, I just ordered an entire meal and I got no entree. Where's the beef? Dave, my wheat plants finally showed their pistils, which means only 8 more weeks until flowering is over. I hope you're in a recreational marijuana state. Otherwise, you're in violation and you're doing a misdemeanor offense, according to Joe Biden. That's right. You're a Mr. Meter. Joe Biden wants to make marijuana anything a misdemeanor. What is wrong with him? You think he needs more brain surgery? You know, it is a felony. It's a felony what you're doing. You realize that they pulled off half of Joe Biden's head and operated on it before he became our VP? The guy's amazing. I mean, how many people can walk around with having brain surgery like he had and act like you're totally normal? Or is he totally normal? I don't know. Uncle Joe is a little bit touchy-touchy. Yeah, he likes his children. That He seems to have an affinity for children. We're not sure what kind of an affinity exactly, but he likes touching children. Let me go to my ritual human trafficking site here. I'll pick up the Biden loop for you. Oh, Joe. Did we see that tape you made with your daughter, Ashley? You know how horny you are? Here's Joe Biden telling a 13-year-old how horny he is.
Times when he gently rearranges a young girl's hair and whispers in her ear, then rearranges some more. There's the morning pervy here as he leans in for a kiss.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, come on, slide in here.
Thank you. Maggie, do you want to come over here?
I muted myself for my own purposes. Can you believe that? That's just almost unbelievable. He asked her, do you know how horny he was? Standing next to a 13-year-old, and then he says, you ought to see the video he's made with his daughter Ashley, the film. It's like, what? It sounded pretty pervy, didn't it? You didn't hear anything? We got one of those people that just couldn't hear a word. Yeah. Oh well. Did you read the Cliff Notes? The subtitles said it all. Monkey learned a new trick to jump farther. Let's take a look at this. Okay, let me mute it before. I just have to pre-screen this. Okay. We will now go to the pre-screening room and take a look at this monkey see, monkey do. Monkey learned a trick to jump farther. Check this out. Isn't it amazing? It is truly a monkey's world. Yes, indeed. Joe Biden wants to change American culture with sniffling each other instead of the handshake. Right, we should all just reach around each other's girlfriends and smell them. That would go really well with the male mating ritual. Yeah, everyone should just smell each other. You know, it's not unheard of in some cultures of monkeys for the males, as a form of greeting, they grab each other's genitals. I'm not kidding. I wish I was. Warning, climate change. More climate change coming every second now. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you for living? That's what the elitists want us to say. It's like we should not really be alive because we're just all taking up valuable space here in the world. And yeah, it's pretty scary the way they want to depopulate this world. Huge underwater pyramid found near Portugal has Portuguese Navy investigating. Link to Atlantis possibility. They found an underwater. They found another continent underneath Europe too. This is a recent breakthrough. Archaeologists have found another continent that has moved under the tectonic plates that are currently occupying Europe. This huge underwater pyramid found near Portugal has Portugal Navy investigating. Yeah. Large underwater pyramid. Wow. Pyramid was found in the area of the Mid-Atlantic that has been underwater for about 20,000 years, considering this is around the time of the last ice age. Yeah, this could be a definite link to Atlantis. Chain of 9 volcanic
Está
islands.
a 40 metros da superfície entre a Terceira e São Miguel. Tem uma base maior do que estádio de...
I have the pyramid has been detected in navigation of the sailor impressed by its form's perfect pyramid. Let's take a look at the pyramid. Just show us the pyramid, not your catamaran. I want to see the pyramid. This guy's some guy wanting to see the pyramid. Let's take a look at this.
Hey guys, it's Enter the Stars, and thank you to Lori G for finding this. This is actually in 40 feet, and this is 3,000 meters deep.
Really? Okay.
It goes to 2,000.
Okay, we'll play this later tonight. I will leave it in the queue because right now it's hard to play because it's not a YouTube. Yeah, it's not a YouTube type playing video, so I'll play it later. Okay, great. Outstanding. That's right. Kind of like the human centipede. 1, 2, and 3. She does have Asperger's, so we have to give her a break. Sam, she's being exploited. The little girl is being exploited. It's pretty obvious. Her family are all actors. She comes from a family of actors that make a lot of money. And they're basically controlled by George Soros. Okay, Sam? And I'm trying not to give this young lady any more free time in our show because it's been getting ridiculous. Yeah, we gave her 2 days of free time. How dare you? California man charged in an elaborate Chinese spy operation. This is just classic. Our government sits around and watches these people get away with this stuff, and then they finally nab them. A California man has been charged with acting as an illegal foreign agent as part of an elaborate FBI sting operation targeting Chinese intelligence. His name is Edward Peng. He was caught acting as a courier for China's Ministry of State Security. He would give $70,000 in exchange for an SD card with dirt on it. And we covered this story last night. This guy believes that Huawei claims that Trump's ban will leave U.S. lagging behind on 5G technology. I don't know. We got a lot of people who believe that 5G is possible, and they're working diligently to push it, even though it's not safe.
Well, so far, Huawei's come out with fighting talk. It says that banning it from the country's 5G development will essentially make the U.S. lag behind in 5G networks. It says it could also pose serious legal issues. Remember, Huawei is currently locked in a legal battle with the U.S. So far, the Chinese government haven't made any comments post the Trump hearing, but did say before the executive order come out that actually the US is abusing its national power when it comes to banning certain countries. I think we've got to put this in context. What kind of effect will this actually have on Huawei? Well, it makes very, very little revenue in the US. Most of its revenue from the Americas region comes from Latin America. It does rely heavily on US components. It has over 30 suppliers from the...
Just shut up already. We don't have to worry about 5G lagging behind. We've got this guy.
The United States will be the first country in the world to open up high-band spectrum for 5G networks and applications. And that's damn important because it means that U.S. companies
will prosper. Yeah, we got him. We don't have to. We have Tom Wheeler, the reigning zealot of 5G. We don't. I wouldn't doubt he stole your youth. I know. And 5G is not 100% safe. Okay, hang on. Okay, we have another rendition here of the "How Dare You" version of. Everyone's freaking out about this girl who's an ageist who hates on people who are older than her, showing little or no respect for anybody around her. This is the world that she lives in, and now we have a video of her exposed, but in a way that we wouldn't. No, we're not violating the laws. Yeah, let's do this. Let's do it.
You have stolen my dreams, my childhood, with your empty words. How dare you? This is all wrong. How dare you? I shouldn't be up here. I should be back at school, on the other side of the ocean. How dare you? Yet you all come to us young people for hope. How dare you? People are suffering. beginning of a mass extinction. And how dare you? All you can talk about is money and fairy tales of eternal economic growth. How dare you? How dare, how dare, how dare you? How dare you continue to look away? How dare you?
We're going to play more of this later. How dare her. It was so enjoyable. I want to just... I didn't even turn the volume on. We'll play it later. Yeah, you'll get more of the drift later. Right now, a word from your sponsor. Whoever that sponsor is. How dare you? Why are the libtards so batshit crazy? Well, you tell me. Why do the retardicans always support big business? Why do the Democrats keep supporting corporate takeovers in a new world order? All these questions are circulating tonight in this vortex of political energy that we have in our show nightly. Thank you. How dare you? Yeah, the retardicans and Democrats have formulated a plan to basically sit on their hands and do nothing for the past 16, 20 years. So here we are. The Iceman cometh. And by the way, this is one of the ailing icebergs that flipped over last year down in the Antarctic. In case you didn't know, it's absolutely beautiful, I think. But this iceberg flipped over during the climate change that was attacking our great world. How dare you? We don't know yet. We do know that the many faces of evil look like this. Yeah. It could be the look of an innocent little girl who thinks that she's just doing the right thing, doing everything her parents tell her to do. Or somebody bought off. Yeah, like that other woman. Could be anybody. But these are the people proposing a new world order. A climate change ethos of tax and spend and tax and tax and tax. Until you're all dried up. In my area, the Democrats have become so tax-oriented, they're going to tax me for having a hybrid electric car. Can you imagine? I'm doing the right thing driving a hybrid electric, but they want to charge my ticket, my registration, another $75 a year for having a hybrid electric car. You're a vaporizer, you're using a fruity vape because you're saving on cigarettes and the pollution from cigarettes. No. In my Democratic state, Governor Jay Inslee just outlawed fruity vapes. And everybody who smokes them is going to be taken basically down a notch or two. Yep. If you're a guy who's a young entrepreneur like this man, building his life savings, putting it into a company, now will be shot to hell because his fruity vape counter is going to be completely sold out. Look what happened here in Washington.
It might be illegal in the state of Washington, and that's created quite the run at Olympia Vapor here in Tumwater. They've got pretty much half-empty shelves here, and the owner doesn't know if he'll be able to restock them. And he says his new tax is only adding to this industry's uncertainty.
The last 3 days have been the highest. I've never had that high of sales.
It's a business owner's dream, right?
It really sucks.
Andy Kibler fears his Olympia Vapor may go out of business soon.
Change is scary, so we'll have to figure that out.
In this health crisis. When the governor announced a ban on flavored vaping solutions, potentially as soon as next week, that gave Kibler less than 2 weeks to sell about 90% of his product, the flavored juice that could be illegal soon. He's offering a buy one, get one half-off deal right now.
And it feels dirty, even though you're selling everything at a discount. It just feels like you're selling water after a hurricane, you know? It's just... But we have to get our investments back.
And today, a new tax goes into effect. It was approved by the state legislature earlier this year. According to the lawmakers who introduced the tax, vapors of so-called open systems, the reusable, refillable products, will now pay about a 12% excise tax on the juices. Closed system users, products like the Juul pods, would pay about a new 4.5% tax.
And all this is because the Democrats can't cut their spending. They've managed to convince Donald Trump that we've got to get rid of any fruity vapes, even though they only have like 6 chemicals in them, as opposed to cigarettes, which have hundreds of chemicals, I understand. How dare you?
You have stolen my dreams and my childhood with your empty words. How dare you?
So now Trump wants to, impose his fruity vape tax. It's all a money grab by the cigarette companies. You know that they're paying Trump something for re-election. You know that's happening. And the Democrats are in on this too. It's a two-party thing because they're running out of tax revenue because people aren't smoking cigarettes as much. One woman dies from vaping and they want to ban it, but millions die from cigarettes. They keep selling them. Exactly, Chucklehead. I don't mispronounce anything, nor do I stutter. Yeah, Zeno, you're about ready to get permabanned from the show. This didn't even have anything to do with this type of vaping. Good point. Retarded black woman breaks through zoo and dances in a lion's den. Who wouldn't want to see that, Eric? Yeah. Okay, here we go. This is the truth. Some people just don't know how dangerous animals are. Be prepared to watch this. What you're about to see is disturbing.
That's what my dad used to do, though. Like, he was crazy. You're looking like a meal That's what my dad used to do, though. Like, he was crazy.
Lad's going, what the hell? You're not supposed to be in here. Was she twerking or something? Yeah, okay. She's safe. She didn't get eaten. Thank goodness. Yes. She's trying to do some twerking for the lion for some reason. Why don't they ban cigarettes but ban vapes? Good point, Final Dream. Hey, if you're a Trump supporter and MAGA person and you realize that Trump is acting like a dictator, a communist dictator, welcome to the club. I would never ban cigarettes or put luxury taxes on you like the Democrats and Trump are doing. So the retardicans and the Democrats are pushing agendas to try to tax and spend. And that's the very point of tomorrow's show, is how to cut back on our spending. We don't have any austerity plan at all in place. We have Trump and the Democrats wanting to spend more and more every year. And their common phrase that the Democrats say is, how else are you going to pay for it unless you tax people? Well, you're spending too much. That's the problem. How dare you?
This is all wrong. How dare you?
How dare you? David, what would you be doing with your life if you weren't doing this? I thought about becoming a ballerina, but I wasn't as agile as I expected. And when your back gives out on you, my era of being like Nureyev is over. So, yes, as much as I wanted to do a pirouette, I was unable to perform at the maximum level that I would achieve. I probably would be a professional golfer or a tennis player. I had no idea what I would do without the show. No, not at all. Actually, what I did when I was younger was enough for me to feel completed on this earth. I was, what did I do? The list goes on and on. I was I produced television commercials. That was an era in my life. I was a voiceover artist for years. That's where I pretty much established myself early on. Then I went on to become an organic food marketing person, where I presented organic food to the markets around the world, around the country. Yeah, and got into radio, was a news director at a radio station. Went on to do more advertising. I mean, I've done so much that 25 years of being involved in various businesses, I really don't have a desire to do anything but the show. So I don't really want to be a TV evangelist because I don't want to proselytize. I know that sounds like a bad word to you, but it's not. I don't want to proselytize any one particular religious belief. My first job was when I was 7 years old. I was immediately started selling hot dogs and lemonade outside my house. I did that for a while, built up a cash savings, and went on to parlay that fortune. So 7 years old, and then I think my next job was at 15. I worked at the Fun House at Pike in Long Beach. It was pretty scary. I had to, you know, not homeless people were out there. There were pimps and prostitutes that like to go into the Fun House, and I'd have to go in there and clean up the rubbers afterward. You know, so I was immersed in real work experience at a young age. And then when I was 17, I worked 3 jobs constantly. You scam people with yellow Gatorade as posing as lemonade. No, I used real lemonade, like lemons with sugar. Yeah, real lemonade. Of course, back in the 60s, we didn't filter our water. We used tap water. So when I was 7 years old, a way long time ago, I was selling lemonade and hot dogs. It was fun. But frankly, I don't like business. I really dislike the whole climate of wanting to sell somebody something they may not need. Yeah, I was cleaning up rubbers at the Fun House when I was 15. It's pretty messed up. I was helping a family member who had been laid off, and I was filling in for that person. They'd been laid up, I should say. They had a bad flu, and for 2 weeks I worked the Fun House and kept their job so that they could keep working the Fun House. Who wouldn't want to keep working the Fun House? It was 2 weeks at a carny, yeah. It was an experience I'll never forget. I had a good time. But it was, you know, it was really scary. You know, you're out there in the middle of Long Beach at the Pike in the late 60s, or late 70s. It was weird. At 15, you know, I took some risks. And then at 17, I went to college, of course, because I graduated early. I skipped a grade. And after 1 year at college, I wanted to experience what life was like living on the street. So I ended up buying a VW van and making a hippie love van out of it and living in my van for about 2 years in Venice, California. And I got involved in the t-shirt industry back when I was about 17. That's when I was working 3 jobs. I didn't touch used condoms, no. They had a device that you set down, you sweep them into a box and then throw them in the garbage. I wouldn't put my hands on it, no. Are you kidding me? I mean, who would want to do that? But yeah, I mean, I had a rich experiential life early on in my life. So when I turned 40, my parents were really, really sick, and I gave them my full attention and pretty much managed to build this location where we are today to get my parents to the point where they could actually, have a decent retirement prior to the age of 40. When I turned 40, both parents pretty much died. And Sarah was there through those first 2 years, or those last 2 years of their life, and she helped keep me going. I mean, she literally was that backup that I needed to get through the worst time of my life, losing my parents. And then I realized I didn't have any debt, and I'd saved enough in life to just kind of kick back. So I focused on advertising till I was 50 years old. And local advertising was not as good as I expected. So I just said, I'm just going to wrap it up and retire. So I retired very young. Yeah. But it's not like I would want to do something right now. I don't really feel compelled to do anything specifically other than what I do tonight and every night. And during the day, I'm working on concepts that I'm trying to put together to solve key problems like homelessness. I have a concept for a portable toilet that I'm developing right now that I'm hoping to patent. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's essential. The more toilets we have in the world, the better off our world will be. People don't realize that 500 million people in India still go to the bathroom outside like an animal. You know, I don't need to write a cookbook because people don't read things anymore. They just watch shows. So just go to my YouTube channel. I've got over 85 recipes on how to cook for 5 or 6 people for under $5 or right around $5. So yeah, I don't think people read that much, so I'm not worried about a cookbook. But if you want to check it out, go to this link right here, and you'll see 85 recipes and my Blackface 2 videos. Yeah, pretty cool. One person called up and said that they had or contacted us, said that they had 30 people over, and they only spent $20 on their wedding party using my recipes. And they had an entire wedding dinner with my recipes. Isn't that amazing? Good news, yeah, the impeachment hearings are going forward. Donald Trump is going to be looking at an impeachment process. That's good. Amber, who killed this guy, got a guilty plea, and they're going to sentence her to God knows how many years. Laughing and coughing. That's dangerous. I don't have tax returns to release because I don't make enough money to qualify. In retirement, I'm not like Donald Trump. I don't have any debt, and I own all my own property and my many fortunes. So I have to draw on those. If I get into a situation where I have to liquidate my assets, then that would be declarable income. But so far, living like a pauper and like a monk has given me a pretty low-cost lifestyle. That's the woman that shot the guy in his bedroom or in his house when she thought it was her apartment. You know, I filed taxes, I think, in 2009, 10 years ago. Hey there, buddy, how are you? Yeah, I didn't feel, you know, for me, money is kind of like a nuisance. Yeah. I was born in April. I'm an ascetic, that's correct. But money's kind of a nuisance. It's a necessary reality that we have money, per se. What we really need is entertainment and food and a decent place to shower, a home, a warm bed. That's what we really need. Money is kind of an incidental. If you had plenty of entertainment, a warm bed, plenty of food, and electricity, you wouldn't really worry about money, would you? And you had a guarantee that this would be flowing forever and ever? Yeah. But all these other pressures, your kids' teeth, the braces you have to pay for, the stress of having to meet your credit card debt, all of you are living under that burden. Most of you have credit card debt based on the statistics that we read. You know, you had another kidney stone removal? Really? I'm sorry. Well, it's good it's out. You dropped your kidney stone on the floor. How nice. Renal calculi. That's right. Hey there, buddy. How you doing? What do you mean managing anybody of color, black, white, Hispanic, Asian, has to be given opportunity? I think the legalization campaign will definitely help manage people's problems in inner cities. I know Wig Wednesday's coming tomorrow. Can't wait. Yeah, last week I was so incredible I didn't even need a wig. My natural hair is adequate. Sopranos. Yeah, well, yeah, and Elizabeth Warren is offering a college debt write-off, which is not fair to people like me who chose not to pursue college because it was so costly to take out loans. So what she's doing is trying to cheat, and she's already a cheater. I mean, Elizabeth Warren lied about her Cherokee Indian status, so of course she wants all of you to have a free education. That would make her guilt a little less than what it would normally be. She never, ever, ever should have been a Cherokee Indian. She violated perjury laws and should be charged with fraud. Trump hasn't done anything. So Elizabeth Warren is clearly trying to write off people's debt and buy the election. I will work toward an infrastructure bank that will amalgamate our assets. In order to make everything possible, we're going to need money. And if we were to take an infrastructure bank and pay off the FAFSA loans of $1.3 trillion, amalgamate them into one fund, we could put them on a fixed rate, which would lower your cost every month. And all your money would be going mostly toward paying back that loan. So the infrastructure bank offers 2% loans, and that fixed rate will be what your student loan will be, 2%. It won't be 5.6 or a balloon payment of 25% or some ridiculous thing. We do a comprehensive annual financial report. Every state submits one. Those states definitely have a lot of money, but they're liable for the CAFR in each state. You said you didn't go to college because you were too smart for it? Yes, I am. I was unable to communicate with my professors because my intellectual level is so high that they couldn't answer any of my questions. Unfortunately, professors were baffled by everything I said. I actually felt like I was wasting my time talking to them. And I wasn't seeking some sheepskin to get a job working for the man. That was never my job in life, is to work for some satanic corporation. I mean, really. San Francisco is pulling out all the stops to fight homelessness except actually making housing affordable. Right. They're putting rocks down the street for anti-homeless rocks. They don't want people sitting on the street corners, so they're just putting rocks there. It's one of the wealthiest cities in the U.S., but its high housing prices and strict zoning have contributed to a homelessness crisis. This is what they're doing to block their sidewalks. Rocks. It's hilarious. They're not solving the problem, they're just putting up rocks. Yeah, man, I can't hang out at the corner because I got a rock in my way. It's a definite impediment to homelessness. Hey, man. Anyway, yeah, rocks. If we had mobile service units like this unit right here, we'd be able to provide people necessary solutions for their lives. Every mobile service unit, like the MMU, could be a guarantee of a water, a place to shower with recycled water, a place to wash your clothes, a place to charge up your cell phone, a place to get a Wi-Fi connection for the internet. All these mobile service units could be spidered around the country, just like the mobile medical units, very similar. And we can get people the necessary solutions they need to feel normal and feel like a regular person. So I'm the guy with the infrastructure bank offering 2% loans. Don't let anyone else kid you. They can't fund their big plan. Ocasio-Cortez can't fund her new Green Deal. They don't have that. I have this. And it's not going to cost trillions of dollars. It'll cost $1.3 trillion to buy out the FAFSA loans. That's part of the deal. But it won't cost excessive like 40 to 60 trillion, which the new Green Deal is expected to cost. I can't see how the OK sign is hate speech. I don't get that. No, there's nothing wrong with that picture. Homeless people prioritize their cell phones. Yeah, it's perfectly normal for people to live in their cell phone. Their whole life is in their cell phone now. Obama gave them cell phones like the Obama phone. And now they don't know what to do with themselves except their cell phones. I don't think we're going to reverse the tide of cell phone use. If you're planning on doing that, good luck. It may be good to pass laws that say you can't use your cell phone on highways. That's perfectly fine. Makes sense. Obviously, because it's a danger to use your cell phone, but I believe that we've got a nation of too many regulations with the Democrats. and they keep pushing for more communist regulations. Americans don't want that. Yeah, but Americans also don't want, to waste your tax dollars for people to get free flip phones. How many people remember that whole routine? I know I do. Obama phone. Remember the videos that we were so fearful Obama would be taking over, and this is a pretty funny video.
Together like Barack Obama and Dr. Martin Luther King. Let's stop together like Barack Obama and Martin Luther King. All right, turn the time. Sorry.
I'm sorry, I can't play that or they'll monetize my video. It's the Gotham video. It's pretty funny. Hey, when Barack Obama became president, everyone really hoped he'd help people in the inner city. Have you considered that you are the domesticated human? No. Everybody wanted a hope. He sold them on that, but he never delivered. So unfortunately, a lot of people were very unhappy with the outcome of Barack Obama as their president. So it never really manifested anything big. It's unfortunate because a lot of people had high hopes, they got nothing. Anyway, we really can't talk about Obama anymore. It's kind of like pointless. Let's talk about Trump. Yeah, they monetize videos now. Anytime you play a video, YouTube will stop your show and send you a letter saying you have a monetized piece of video in there. You either can mute it or dispute it. And I opt to mute it sometimes. A vendor was arrested for charging a man $724 for 2 beers at a Dolphins game. NBC News. Wow. That's called gouging. Severe gouging. Shortly after the transaction was processed, a customer received an alert on his phone from his bank notifying him of the charge at his end. So the guy rang up at $724 for 2 beers. Thought he had a big spender, and he thought, well, maybe I'll make a little extra money on the side. Collier faces charges of third-degree grand theft and possession of a skimming device. He was booked into the Turner Guilford Knight Correctional Center and issued a $10,000 bond. If you're a family member of Nathaniel Collier, you can send your help and support to the call-in dial-up at the penitentiary he's staying at. Yeah. And half that money goes to George W. Bush if you send it to him via electronic means. Yeah, George W. Bush skims off of a lot of that money that you send to criminals who are family members, yeah. I don't know. It could be, there is a law that says if you steal more than 1,000, you go to a higher jail. I don't know. I don't think we can really know what a person speaks like based on their color of their skin. Like you'd never guess I was white if I talked like that, you know. You'd never, in fact, I could fit in any situation if y'all not listen to my face. You just don't hear my voice. You would never know that I'm a white man. So what jail would the bankers go to for stealing trillions? You know, they don't have jails for bankers stealing trillions. They have country clubs. I don't sound Chinese. I'm not trying to sound Chinese. Are you saying I'm sounding Caucasian? I am. It's normal.
Altos, you name it.
Well, we've had a lot of fun tonight. As much as I'd love to share all the special moments, we do have the amazing Haitian president that stood up to Hillary Clinton's corruption. So it's below 1,000, it's petty theft then. Yeah, third-degree larceny, they call it. That's another word for petty theft. Yeah, we have the video of a Haitian president that exposed the Clinton Foundation, and nobody in our government or our FBI bothered to investigate. I'll play that right after we play Tom Petty, Free Fallin'. Yeah. Thank you. All right, signing off for tonight. I'm going to go spend some quality time with Sarah if she's not sleeping. If she's sleeping, I'll just wish her a good night. I am here in the evening till 1 o'clock in the morning interacting with chat, so count on that. You have arrived at a show that continues every night despite all efforts to shut us down. That's because I am the right person at the right time. I'm Mr. Right. We'll see you again tomorrow for Wasteful Wednesday.
My feet, my heart stops to beat. Cause you make me melt. Oh, Mr. Right, my Mr. Right, too good. Just turn my world around. Cause you're the peace I finally found. You sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat. Cause you make me melt away. My feet, my heart stops to beat. Cause you make me melt. Oh, you're my Mr. Right, my Mr. Right, too good to be true.